Okay, welcome everybody. This is a new stream that I'm going to start. Hopefully I'll be doing this multiple hours a week. I'm actually aiming for about 8 hours a week. And I want to go over modern web development, just industry standard TypeScript, full stack web development, React, Redux, NodeJS, TypeScript, CSS, all the ways that that modern websites are built, but on a very low level, giving you full control on what you're building. So we're not going to be using many libraries or systems frameworks. And we will be using some utility libraries, but it'll be limited. It'll be basically, I will, especially in the beginning, I will focus on really the basics and making everything work, but not the basics to a level where you can't actually run your business with it, so to speak. So if you're a programmer, this should be really a what I would want to call a business-oriented session. I almost want to call them lectures because I think of it as like real education versus fake certificates. But that's really, it depends on what I'm able to achieve here, and I'm not sure if that will be the quality that people need. I hope it will be, and I'm gonna try to do my best. I'm gonna make sure to listen to what people tell me. And my first response to the current state of the industry is to say, okay, we need some good blueprints. With a blueprint, I just mean like we need some good code to base everything off and to start working from. Also, if you are a viewer and you consider yourself a programmer, of course, the first thing you want to know is where can I go get this code, right? That I start from. And it'll be on github.com/LukeVE, which is my account, and then blueprints. So here I'll put the blueprints. I will put them in different branches. You see the main branch now, which has almost nothing in it, an extremely bare bone to-do app, and then a chat. And we're doing full stack development, meaning we'll have a server and we'll have a web client. Right now, the way that it's set up, you're kind of in the source of the web client, and then the server is a little addition to it. In other branches, I will probably further split the server from the front end, because those are two completely separate environments and they're separate source code for both. But yeah, we'll do this as we go along. For now, we'll start off very simple, and I did the instructions in here as well. You can install Node.js, npm install, npm start, and then on another terminal you run npm run server to run the server. So here I got my code editor, and I already cloned the repository. And so let's do it. Let's start with npm install. Also, I should verify that the stream is running and everything is going well. I'll check it in a second. Actually, while we're waiting for the install, I might as well. I also have a YouTube channel. I will upload this to my YouTube channel. I might as well. Yeah, here we go. Everything is going well. Yeah, my YouTube channel, Apex Blueprints. There it is. And right now I don't have many videos and don't have many subscribers, but I will be hopefully expanding this channel and really trying to put some good content for you programmers on here, so you can become professionals, and basically do it the way that I've now learned to do it. But when I started web development, which was almost 20 years ago now, at 10 years old, I tried, basically the web development grew as I grew, right? Because when I started, everything was very ugly on the internet. Like there were no apps. It was all really tables and even frame sets, and JavaScript was very unpopular. Very few people properly used it. It was considered actually a bit of a toy language, and to some it still feels that way. I would say that is a bit of a lie, especially now with TypeScript, with the maturity of the current industry. You see that actually the best apps nowadays are written in TypeScript. So I would definitely counter that point. And that's also why it's better not to follow the memes and instead really look at the technology and what you're building and what you're allowed and able to do and how many lines of code it takes, how many, well, we'll go over this. I will basically show you why it's better and why it works, right? So here we have a very basic welcome page. There's absolutely nothing in it. That's also how it's meant to be, right? Very bare bone, very basic. And from this, we will branch off and we will do new things. So let's see, what do I have? I have a package lock. Oh, that should actually be in the git ignore. I probably only put the yarn lock there. Yeah, let me also put the package lock there. Package lock. So this is actually a great start. I can immediately explain. This git ignore is a little file that explains all the files and folders that you don't want in your Git repository. And you never want log files to be up there. So that's why you already saw me remove yarn.log, which is used for people who use yarn, and I actually also use yarn, which is an extension to that helps install. It's basically doing the same thing npm did, but npm for a long time was not very efficient at installing certain dependencies, and so people started using yarn as the better package manager for it. But basically, it was still using npm as the real place where we get our libraries from. So this is maybe something new to you, but again, I'm not going to go too far into the basics because what I consider these streams to be about is about the step after you did the basics, right? After maybe you went to university, maybe you got your bachelor, maybe you even have your master, but again, software engineering, usually people in masters go more towards computer science, which is a completely different thing. That's not what we do here. We're not going to be talking about optimizing algorithms or doing weird kind of non-commercial, hypothetical, educational, you know, that kind of content is not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is making money, creating value for business, and building software that's simple and being a very good engineer, meaning that you really understand how to work with code. Also, when the code base grows, when it's more than just a couple files, but at the same time, you also want to fight that from the other side and try to reduce the amount of files, right? So, and in the end, really, when I think of a programmer, I think of a programmer as a writer. Like you are a writer. You write code. It has beautiful colors. It has indentation. It is almost like, and basically you're writing it for. Apologies, my headset just dropped out. I hope everything is still okay. Yeah. All right, so you're writing it for other programmers to read, and that's what this is all about. So let's go into it. No more yapping. Let's time to dive into the code and start doing some stuff, right? So if I go now to the welcome page, it's over here. Then I can see welcome. And now you see that there's no task being loaded. It's just welcome, nothing underneath, because my server isn't running. So this might be an issue you're running into as well, right? It's constantly trying to connect, but it's not, the server isn't running. So we have to go open up a new, in fact, let me kill this terminal. Let me open it up on the side. So here we can do npm run server. And then we run the server. And once we do that, immediately, there you go. We have our welcome loaded. And now I can click on check, and then it says that I've completed the task. A very simple to-do app. And it doesn't store it on the API. It does load the tasks from the API. You can even see that if you go to the network tab. So here you see all the previous ones. Let me just delete those and refresh. I can even say specifically I only want to know the XHR request, not all the other files that are loaded when I load this app. And here you see one request going from to localhost to my server. And the server, so I asked the server, please give me the tasks, right, from 8080. That's where the server is running. And the server responds with this JSON, which can be previewed like this, where you can actually see the JavaScript. So this is something very important for me. We are working with TypeScript. we work on it in the API, we work on it in the client, meaning the React app, the website. And there's 4 layers to a piece of software for web development. You have the database layer, then the API layer, then the transport layer, right in between the transport from the API to the website and back. That is in JSON, JavaScript object notation, JSON, and then you get the TypeScript at the end. Now, if you do this with a NoSQL database, which is also based on JSON documents, you end up with a full stack where the representation of data is always the same. So here you can see the representation that this is an object because it starts and ends with squiggly brackets, right? And then you have inside of objects, you always have a key and a value, key and a value. And you have also supported data types, strings and booleans. Very nice. So TypeScript, JavaScript, JSON, all of it uses the exactly the same structure for this. Object literals, so to speak, and that's wonderful because that's going to create consistency in the way we stringify and parse data, and it's going to create a very easy to operate model. Everything is the same language, basically. That's what we're trying to achieve. Now, I guess this is going to be a very long series. I'm just going to keep going for hours and hours and hours. So I guess I don't need to give you the whole rundown of how everything works, and because over time you will hopefully start to understand. And I think the way we should really proceed here is by just starting, just initially doing some work, doing something you would like to do. So in this case, well, first thing I want to do actually is commit that change I made, because I added the package log to the JSON. That is a little fix I made. I fixed it. I said add package log to git ignore. There. And then I sync those changes to the main branch. There it is. And now I've put that. All right. I think I know why it keeps disconnecting the headset, because I'm not listening to anything. I guess I shouldn't listen to anything for the... I need some music to play so that my headset doesn't keep disconnecting itself. I'm only using the microphone. Do I even have some music that I could play? Because this is Twitch. I'm gonna need some royalty-free music. Let me let me quickly sort this out. Just a second. Royalty-free music. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. There's pricing everywhere. I need any kind of sound to stop my headset from disconnecting. Well, I'll make sure to fix this for the next stream. Royalty-free music. It's hip hop. Oh no. I normally actually listen to nothing while I... Oof. Okay. This is gonna be it, guys. I'll just put this on loop if I can. Perfect. Good. So let's get going. Oh, this is a little too loud, right? Or not? I can't put it any less loud. Alright, I hope it's not too confusing, or I guess for you guys, again, next time we'll fix it. Alright, so let's keep going. We have the blueprints, we have it installed, and now we've did the commit, and you can see a commit right here, right? So we have 3 commits: add package log to git ignore. Other than that, I also still called it blueprints, and blueprint, and I want to change that to blueprints because I've decided to put all my blueprints in here. So we're just going to add the S to a bunch of places. Sensitive. Place all of that. Blueprints. There you go. And this is just an example, obviously. I don't own blueprints.com, but it's all just about how it's called, having all the standards. So here you can see the index HTML. I've added all the common meta tags that you're going to need for good search engine optimization or optimization. And then a favicon, of course, and I start with a dark background. So I also show here that you should define that here so that even during loading, immediately the screen changes to the right color while the rest of your assets are still loading in. So that's a little extra trick. So this is really a good blueprint that you can start initially from, and that we're going to adapt to our needs. So I guess for now, one of the things that you might want to work with is an example that you can also see here is with the clicking on these kind of things, right? Like you might want to have some kind of input, because that's really where things start. You want a website where things are not only displayed, but you actually also have some inputs. So let's go do that. Let's add an input here, and of course we can start with an input, give it a placeholder, hello, save that, and look at what it did. It said hello here. Now I can type something in it, but we can't save it yet. It's not being saved yet. It's just being written down. And first thing we want to do is we want to put it in our Redux store. And our Redux store, to show you how that looks like, I have this extension right here, and I can reload that. Let's put this at the bottom. Close this, go to Redux, and here you can see the total state of my current store. And I can see there's tasks in it, and this is coming from the API. It was loaded, right? So here you can even see the command that came in, or sorry, the action that was dispatched to load these tasks from the API. So that's actually coming from useAPI.ts. So here you can see that I'm defining a function get tasks. I'm using a hook, use callback. We're going to talk about all of this way more in the future. I'm just going real fast over it right now. The use callback returns a promise, and that promise will return an array of tasks. But so that's what's called get tasks. So this is getting fetched from the API URL tasks. This URL, by the way, is defined in the env variable, and here you can see that it's hard-coded right now on localhost 8080 where our server is running. So we're doing a GET request, cross-origin resource sharing. We include credentials, meaning we include cookies, we're gonna basically explain all of this later. Now the response status is not, if it's not 200, or if it's not 200, it means it failed. So I'm just gonna console log that it failed and return an empty array. I don't do many, I don't actually. What I could be doing here is also say the response text, just in case people. But I would need to await that. But I can do that. So now, if there was any response, I'll also show the response, like it failed, and then why did it fail. At least we can decode that. And even if it's not JSON text that's being that's returned, this will work. But this will only work if the response is JSON, else it will crash. So we need to make sure that we are 200 okay before we do that. Again, it depends. You can also have different kinds of errors. You can also just assume JSON is always the response, because actually my APIs always respond in JSON. So it wouldn't even be that crazy to put it here. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. In fact, it really doesn't matter. I'm just going to remove it. This is really an edge case that should actually never happen, because get tasks should always respond. And the whole thing has to be in a try catch as well, because there's other reasons why it could fail, like if you have no internet and you're trying to go to an actual normal URL, right? So you have to put this in a try catch, else it will crash your entire app. So it's important to wrap it. But okay, so we do the get task, we make an HTTP request using fetch, which is just a normal global function in front ends. There's also this website, can I use and we can type there fetch and then show that, see, everything is supported. Opera Mini and Internet Explorer don't, but again, nobody's using those browsers anymore, so that doesn't matter. All the other browsers, it's green, so then you should just use it. And it's a great method. It allows you to load data. So that's what we're doing here. We're loading data. But in this case, when we're saving it, we're not actually saving it back to the API. We're saving it to the storage over here. Now, this is the store that I'm showing you on the right. It's called the Redux store, right? And now I'm gonna add a piece of text where we can type something. It's just irrelevant. We can type anything. So for now, I'll just call that my text. It's very unimaginative. The default value for it will be an empty string. Now it'll give me an error because look, it says the object literal may only specify known properties in text, does not exist on the type state. So this type here doesn't contain text, as you can see here. So now we need to add that. We say text is a string. There you go. This is why it's TypeScript, right? We're defining types. Now, whenever you're changing a type file like this, it doesn't recompile. Usually you're gonna have to edit this and then refresh before it properly recompiles. So it's actually better usually to start changing the type first and then changing it here. But it's irrelevant because look, we can now have the text. It's by default empty, but now we can update it, and we can actually use the same function set to update it. So how does set work, right? Let's first look at how we've already used it in our blueprint. We do the use API. We have this get tasks function. We can see where is it being executed. It's being executed here. Here we say, okay, use effect. So this means use effect. I'm going to talk about that later, but it says every time this task changes, every time the tasks change, we're going to be getting the new tasks. But then when the task length is given, we return. This is basically, actually, in fact, I don't even think we need this anymore. Let me remove that. That is, we don't need to wait for that. There it is. This is fine. That's because I used to do an await and then it didn't redefine. Irrelevant. What I'm going to say is that this function only executes when one of these two functions change. And these two functions never change. So that's why it's completely fine to write it like this. And then we have the get tasks, and then it returns a promise. You can hover that and you can see, look, at promise is a collection of tasks, like an array of tasks. Those come in right here, right? So TypeScript understands that this is an array of tasks, and we then dispatch that and set it. Now, you might not have seen this kind of definition of an object before. This is basically the same as saying this. Task is tasks, like this. And the shortcut for doing this is just to ignore that part. It's the same, right? So that's an ES6, the latest version of TypeScript. You can do it like this. I think not even just the latest, but anyway. So how does this work, right? What is this set function? So this is what we call an action. I mean, this is a function that returns an action, right? And I need to give that a payload. All right, so these are all a bunch of names that honestly to me are relatively irrelevant. Just know that you have to dispatch an action, a reducer, and there it is. We give it some value, right? And what value do we have to give it? We can hover over this again and see, okay, it expects a payload. See the word payload there? Here, payload. It expects a partial state. So what it wants to receive is a partial state, meaning that it wants to receive things that only an object that has these properties, but all of them are optional. That's what partial means, right? So text can be there, but doesn't have to be there. Tasks can be there, but doesn't have to be there. But if you define something else, then it's not going to be happy. So if I go here and I say, okay, I want you to do that, but then I also want you to put hello on true, then it's like, wait a minute, what are you doing, right? This object literal may only specify known properties and hello does not exist in the type partial state. So everything is optional, but you can't add things that are not previously defined. That's how it works. So, but this is still the great example of how you're supposed to dispatch. So we can actually take that example and put it in here. First of all, I can just remove that a little bit because we're just working on this one now. And I can say on change, what if I change? I get an event. and then I want to dispatch an update. Every time I type a letter in, I change the text. I want to have the text updated to the target value. That's what I want to do, right? This is how, and then also I want to show the value in this input that is the text. But now it's going to complain because I don't have the variable text defined, right? It doesn't understand what that means. I need to actually have a look here, because I can see here I have a use selector, and now you can really see it all come together, because from the store we are importing the use selector and use dispatch, right? And then actions. So I have a dispatch, I can dispatch actions, and then I can also have a use selector to read. By the way, if this all sounds overly complicated, you have to understand this is like almost the only little complicated part that there is. And it has to do with that state. Because it's very nice to have your data available globally throughout all your code. And by allowing yourself to select data out of the state, and then putting it into your local memory and for this component, and then also allowing you to dispatch it in different ways with different functions, gives you that ultimate flexibility that you're going to need, right? So this is really what I recommend everyone to use. Redux is also industry standard, a really standard way of doing it, and it has this beautiful interfacing, so you can really debug when did I send what payload, right? So you can have every action, like this is the payload first, this is the other payload, and now we're going to add one. So where were we? We did a value text, but we didn't get it yet. We only have the tasks. So what I do is I take the tasks and the text, and then I change the selector to say just give me the entire state. So I give the entire state back, and then I deconstruct that state immediately. So what you see here with this const and then this object that gets opened, this is actually a deconstruction. So I know that I'm going to be returning an object here from the use selector, right? And you can hover over it and you can read it, but it's complicated. At least out of this will come the state, and we already know what the state is because we have it in our types. It is two values, tasks and text. So we can immediately deconstruct that, and now we have it in our memory. So value text, and on change I want to dispatch and update the text, and the placeholder is hello. I can save this, and now I can type here, and every time I type you can see the set firing all the time. And then if I look here, see, I was A, B, C, A, B, C. Right, so you can see that I'm uploading, and then every time I'm using a payload, and every time it changes the state. So the total state is changing depending on what I was typing. And if I then click here, an update happens again because one of these is now true, right? The third one. And the letter C. So this state always represents what we're doing here. And now any other component in our entire app can listen to these changes, or just display them, or change them themselves, right? So it's a very great way of having your memory sorted out. And you want to have very basic types in here. You just want to put what you normally would have in JSON, you want to put in here. You don't want, I've seen a lot of amateurs, junior developers, they put like entire document object models inside of this thing. Don't do that, right? Keep the data very simple. And then if you want to generate a component out of that data, then you generate that within your component. But we'll show that later as we go along. All right, so this is a very basic example of just typing something. But now I'm curious because I want to show you. So I don't think this is, what do I want to save? This I want to save, that I want to save, that I want to save. This I don't want to save, throw that away. This I definitely don't care about, discard that. And no, this absolutely not, discard that too. So we end up with some changes to add the letter S. So this, I would say this is also a fix. Add S to blueprint. There you go. That should be fine. Okay, yeah, everything is still working. Great. So now I've removed my demo data because I wanted to show you something. I want to switch to another branch I was working on, chat. And I also want to pull in main, git pull origin. origin main, because I made just some changes to the main branch and I want those in here. Now there's a small conflict, so this is actually a perfect example of how you would normally do your work, right? As a developer, you work on a separate branch from the main branch, and you pull in changes from the other side, and maybe your co-workers have made some changes, and now your editor is confused, like which changes do you want me to use, because there's so many changes, right? So that's called a merge error, right? And you wanna resolve merge conflicts. And luckily, this editor, Visual Studio Code, which is by far the best editor you can use for TypeScript development, it has a very simple thing where you can choose, do I want to accept incoming or current or both, right? So in this case, I definitely don't want to say both, because these are two different things. And for me, the blueprints is the correct one, so current is wrong, so I want to accept all the incoming changes, right? And there you go, fixed. And then I save that, add it like this, and usually I never change this message, I just command enter, sync the changes. There we go. So now we have an updated version with all the S's correct, and I can go here, and now I have a chat bar, and I can type something. I don't see anything though. I think my server needs to be restarted, yes, because the chat uses an actual server, and I show how to post things. So here we go, we refresh. Do we have the, oh, this is also no longer running. We need to start that again. Let's see, are we still live? Always good to double check, I guess. Yes, we are still live. TypeScript web development, wonderful. Okay. Good. So now we can go back to the chat and let's test it out. Test. And what I did is every time you refresh, it sees the messages you've sent as messages for others. In fact, let me show you the data structure a bit. So again, I go to Redux, right? Everything always works the same way. Once you understand this trick, everything will always look the same. That's how it looks like to me. So we have to activate this extension, refresh, and now you can see it popped over to the left, and it's white instead of green. So now I can write another test here. You can see this is like a chat message, right? It's a very, again, I wrote this in an hour, like this is a very bad implementation, but it works, and I want to show you how. So here in the beginning in the Redux store, I generate an ID with a math random. So this is just a random number. So every time I refresh the screen, this is a completely new number. But while I'm not refreshing, it keeps this user ID, right? So it just generates a user ID. And then what I do, when I make a message in the chat, I store it in the server, and this is what I store for each message, right? So you can see, by the way, that this is an array, right? Chat is an array of messages in memory. And I have the body, I have the creator, and I have when it was created, right? And then this creator, if this is not identical to the user, then it puts it on the left. And if it is identical, then it puts it on the right and makes it green, right? So that's how it knows the difference. And then the body is put in there, and I don't do anything with created right now. And the ordering is maintained by the server. Of course, if I restart the server, all these messages disappear because I'm not saving it yet in any database. Later, I will show a lot more about databases. Okay, so how can I show that? Because, for instance, let me show you this. Right, every time I write a message, a new post comes here, and the payload is only the message that I'm sending. Right, so the payload is again always JSON. I keep things very simple. So I'm sending JSON, body test, created, and creator. And what I get back is the entire new array of messages that I then immediately show. It's a very simple chat. It's extremely basic. And I want to show you some of the API side now, because look, we are now constantly looking at the front end, but front end is just one of many, right? And many environments. There is also the API, and I love APIs because APIs are so simple. Now there's one thing that you need to know about me. I really don't like Express. If you've been using Express, or almost kind of in Node.js, if you use any kind of framework to handle your server, I don't think you're doing it right. And that's a pretty controversial statement. Not many programmers agree with me, but hopefully if I show you why, you will maybe feel the same thing, but maybe not, and that's fine. Use whatever you like. But I can write a server in 75 lines of code. I mean, okay, this is a bit of a very basic server, but still, that's the only file that exists, right? I keep things simple, and I make very hard choices to make sure it always stays simple. So the choices of always having JSON and never sending anything else is a choice that most developers don't want to make, right? But remember, I'm not hosting my front end in this server. The front end is being hosted separately currently by React scripts, right? On this side, React scripts, which auto compiles everything, and then, but I can also do npm run build, and I can create a build for this, and then I can upload those files somewhere else, right? In fact, let me do that real quick just so you understand. I'm not even sure if npm run build, did I add it? No, I think what I would have to do is npx react scripts build. In fact, let me check the package JSON so I can make it simpler, because right now I only do start and server. What if you wanted to build the front end, right? We can do npx react scripts. I don't even think I need npx. I can do react scripts build. I think that's enough. Yeah, that should be it. Clear that. npm run build. Maybe it runs now. Yeah, react script build, creating an optimized production build. So this is very important, and again, I made sure that you never upload the build to GitHub, right? It changes the package JSON now, but not the build. The build folder was added, but it was ignored. Because of that git ignore that we had the same issue with in the beginning, right? Build was already there, package log wasn't. And the reason build is not there is because you just want to upload this not to GitHub, but to a specific hosting server. And here you have everything optimized. One line, everything condensed, right? This is not, and then all your JavaScript exists here in chunks with an actual source map added as well, so you can still get the error from the exact line number where it happened, but it's actually not being interpreted like that in the browser. It's interpreted as literally chunks like this, right? Just completely optimized, which is amazing. It's exactly what you want. And the same is with the SCSS. We haven't gone over the SCSS yet, but look, these SCSS variable files, this is not normal CSS. It's nested. You have functions like this. You get variables like that, right? This is an amazing preprocessor for CSS. But in the end, you want to process it and make CSS out of it. And look what it did to it, right? It made it into an ultimate optimized little chunk. So that's incredible. And again, you have the map so that when you actually inspect, even in the production build, you can see which line of CSS actually made the rule, made the selector. So we'll talk about that more later. But for now, you understand that we can create a build like this, host it on a completely separate server. So we're not hosting it on the API server, right? This server runs totally different places. In fact, what I would recommend you do, and we're going to talk a lot more about hosting, is that you use Firebase, because Firebase is just an incredible technology. Now I want to make sure, let me actually do this like this so I don't accidentally sign in. I want to show you what it looks like when you're getting the ad from Google, right? Make your app the best it can be. They know how to sell that shit. All right, so Firebase is an app development platform that helps you build and grow apps and games users love, backed by Google, trusted by millions. So I mean, it's all about being amazing. And but it is actually amazing. Like, I actually really believe in this software. This is one of the most scalable, cheap ways to host your app online. Of course, you need a credit card. You do need to, go to Firebase Google and log in and set it up. But it's incredible, and you can use this. It has also a database attached to it, and it hooks into Google Cloud, right? So, and Google Cloud Run is what I use to host my server, because what I just said about the front end, that it scales, meaning that if suddenly 1 million people come to your app, the front end scales with you, right? But if you do the same thing with your API, you need to think a bit better about it. Like, it's not just some static files. Your API will need to run on multiple computers. It needs to be like a sharded almost. Well, The database needs to be sharded, but we'll talk about the database later. For that, we need to use something like Firestore, which it also comes here, like Google Cloud Firestore, right? That's a great NoSQL database that you can use. And then combined with the Google Cloud Run, let me give you the ad on that too. Google, I'm basically a Google, a Google guy at this point, Google fanatic. I used to be an AWS fanatic, by the way, and it really changed after Google Cloud became so much better than it used to be. So yeah, I would say enjoy from my experience and follow me in this, because it's just an incredible way to build software. If you go to Google Cloud Run, look at what it says here, right? Develop and deploy highly scalable containerized applications using your favorite language. Of course, we want to use NodeJS because that can support TypeScript, right? On fully managed serverless platform. So you get kind of the Kubernetes automatically included. And if you don't know what Kubernetes is, great, don't learn it, because you're going to get automatically the advantages without the downsides. You can do all kinds of stuff here, but in the end, what you're doing is you're creating a server that can replicate itself multiple times. I think it goes up to like 100 times. And then you can also apply for even more. And what it means is that if you suddenly have millions of users coming to your website spamming your API, then automatically Google will immediately spin up multiple servers in a network and distribute the load correctly. The only thing, of course, you have to make sure is that you don't put your state management in the API layer. And so exactly what I'm actually doing right now in this demo application that we're working with right now, you shouldn't do when you want to scale. So the example I want to give is, for instance, the chat messages. They are here. They're in local memory of this server. Okay, so that's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to use a database for this stuff. That's why you need a database, in order to have a scalable single solution, single place of truth, source of truth, where all your data is. But because we're trying to keep things as a blueprint here, and I haven't worked yet on the blueprint for a database. I'm not going to show you yet. We're doing it simple like this. Okay, but let's look at this API, because we have to. I'm keep losing myself in the whole description of everything, but we should go over the basics. So let me collapse everything, and then you can see what's happening here, right? I have a piece of memory, a definition of what I want in my memory. So I have a little type, and then I say an array of these messages are here, and then I start my server down here, and I give it that. Let's see. Let me refresh this. And I give it the HTTP handler that I've defined here, and then I listen to port 8080, and then I log that it's there. Right, so let's open this up, because this is the most important, as you can see, this is the most important file, the function. So first of all, what we're doing is we're making sure that we can receive data from the front end. So I create a little variable called chunks, which is an empty string, and every time the data comes in that's being uploaded in the body of the request, I add the chunk to the chunks. Right, and this is always JSON data. Remember what I said, right? We only send JSON, we only receive JSON, we only send JSON. So it's very easy. We know that it's a string already. It's not binary data. And then when we're done receiving all this, we're at the end. Then I'm going to create the body, and if the chunks have any length, right? If this string has any length, then we're going to parse it as JSON. And we put it on try catch around it, obviously, because you have to send JSON. So if this turns out not to be JSON and this fails, it's fine. We just throw back an error and we're done. But if there is no chunk length, then we're in null. By the way, this is called a ternary operator. You see me use it all the time. You say condition, the question, then you have the question mark, and then yes or no. Right? That's kind of how you can think about it. Question, yes, no. So now body is always defined as either null or a parsed JSON object. So then I again use that deconstruction here to get the headers, the method, and the URL out of the request, and I'm going to do some checking. Right? I'm going to first check the origin of the headers, and I'm going to send that back to allow cross-origin resource sharing, because remember, we are on two different origins, right? Actually, locally, this is running on localhost 3000, but my API is running on 8080, so those are different origins. So I need to make sure to allow different origins, and the server needs to do that. The server needs to say, hey, this origin that's asking data from me is allowed to talk to me, right? And this is actually the way this happens is with an options request. So when I go to the network, the first thing that happens before these requests go off is one request gets made with the method options, and it's called sometimes a pre-flight request. Wait, maybe it even shows it. Does it show it here? No, it doesn't show it. Anyway, so it's called a pre-flight request, where it just wants to receive a confirmation from the server that it is allowed to talk to the server. And this option, and I actually write that here, right? The result will depend on if the method is options, because if the method is options, I'm just going to send back OK1, like, and immediately be done. Like, this is just some nonsense. I just need to send a response as long as my status code is 200, meaning like it's successful, right? As long as that's the case, everything is cool. So when it's options, I don't calculate the response body. I just always say OK, because the information I need to send back is this, the headers. That's what the thing cares about. It doesn't care about the body, the browser, right? So I just send that back, OK1, and now now it can actually do the real request with the post or whatever it was doing. So the second time it comes and requests again, it might have sent like I said here, it had a payload, right? Oh, let me refresh. So it had a payload here. It said body test created and creator, right? It sent this, right? Actually, this is literally the text it sent, which is JSON coded. And now I can click on parse to show it parsed. But I received that here, I parse it, and now I have it. And now I'm going to say it's not options anymore. Now it's post, right? You saw here that it was a post. So now I'm going to get the result from here. Now, there we go. So to get the result, I know the URL and I know the body, if it exists. It could be anything. And I need to give an object back, right? I promise that. And by the way, the reason this is a promise always, almost always, is because I use async functions. Async functions are functions that you can say await on the other side. So you can say await get result, right? So this has to be an async function in order for this await to be possible to write. Because it basically says instead of like JavaScript wants to keep reading, the interpreter wants to keep reading, but you need to say no, you have to wait for this, right? So it's a flow control way of it helps you control the scheduler, the task scheduler in the interpreter of the TypeScript interpreter. Okay, so we get the get result. We say async, so it is a promise. We promise an object. We say, okay, I want the index of the URL to start with 0, to start with tasks, right? That's why we say index of needs to be 0. So that means it starts with this. And then we will return this. Okay, so this was, we had this in our basic template already. But now we create a second response if the URL starts with chat. If that's the case, then we check if we have a body. If we have a body, we will push it in the array of messages. By the way, you can see that we're not doing any checking, right? This is really meant for an MVP environment, right? A startup environment, an environment where, you know, if somebody wants to mess up their own messages, so be it, right? Go ahead, right? There's no security in this. We of course want to make sure that the server keeps running, it doesn't go down. But if somebody wants to, you know, break their own interface, then they're allowed to, right? We only worry about the security of others. We don't really worry about the security of the user themselves. If they want to hack themselves, so to speak, then that's fine. So that's also really something that I want to educate people on. Like, you need to think a little bit about game theory, right? If a hacker can only damage himself, is that really a problem, right? That is, and my answer is no. And of course, in this case, right, not checking at all what's inside of here, just saying like, oh, if we have any body, just shove it in there. That could also lead to bigger issues if you really were sharing those messages with other people. In this case, you're not. So then there's no worry and nothing can be hacked. So we just push it in and we don't worry about it. And by the way, obviously this code is not executable. There's no code that's being executed here. It's just text that's being displayed. It doesn't have any ability to take over someone's system or inject a vulnerability or whatever. It's just flat code. And that's also the advantage of JSON, that you know that it's not executable code. It's always just flat data. So as long as you don't do any weird things when you're trying to interpret that data, you're fine. And React has a great way of making sure that you're not accidentally doing some kind of JavaScript injection nonsense. You can again avoid this too by say inject dangerously, but never mind. Let's leave that for another conversation. This is completely fine to do, and it's super easy. Right, we always return the messages when you go to the chat, and if you do provide a function and body, then we will respond, we will push that body into the messages and return it again. Very simple line of code. 4 lines of code make this work, right? Okay, sorry, with this as well. So that's another 5 lines of code. So 10 lines of code or something in total with this space included creates the entire interface you see. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, try doing this with any other language. You're not going to have it as easy. And if you use something like Express, you're not going to have it this easy, right? You want to make things easy. Because for me, there's something I really want to explain as well. Like, what you want to make sure you do when you're doing programming is you want to feel comfortable the entire time. Because you're going to work with this every day, maybe even the rest of your life if you're a very successful software engineer. Now, so really the question then becomes, how do you want to live your life? And if you want to be dedicated to your craft and you want to be really good, you need to enjoy it. When you enjoy it, you can work much harder than if you don't enjoy it. So in a way, your experience when you're reading something, source code, right? If it's not good, if you wrote code that doesn't make you happy, then you're doing it wrong. And then you're not going to be able to sustain yourself, and then you're not going to be a professional. So I think kind of broadly about this. Now maybe I'm too spoiled and I shouldn't be using happiness as an indicator, but that's just how it works, right? And that's why I'm able to make crazy 20-hour days, is because I really enjoy it when code is written in this very clean way. Now this is maybe a little bit extreme because look, this is just a blueprint. But even in my professional code, I have the very big drive to keep things simple and to only do the checking that is required. But I do have to say, you need more checking than this. Okay, so this is just a demo, but it is a good demo and it shows you what you can do. And in a way, the kind of development that I want to do on this stream and in these future streams always is going to be about kind of like hot rod building versus working with a machine that just stamps out new cars all the time, right? The idea is more that you have this kind of very low level control over every request and response, HTTP, and also throughout the whole stack. So you're not just building only a front end and connecting to some other API that some other geniuses wrote. No, you're going to be writing every layer, every aspect of the layer, and the only thing that we're going to be shoving away from ourselves is Firebase and all the hosting, and we're going to make sure Google takes care of that, right? And in the beginning, right now in this lecture, we're not going to be doing that at all. We're just going to run everything localhost. But of course, I really want you to be able to deploy your apps as well. So we're going to have more sessions on deployment of the API, deployment of the front end, running hosting with custom URLs, custom emails, like how to set up your entire business and do all of the technology and control it yourself in a very low level, simple way that just works, right? I almost sound like a sales pitch at this point, but I truly believe this is what many people lack in the industry. They come from software engineering school, whatever, university, maybe they learned some Java, maybe they think that they should hire a database architect, and these are all just wrong choices. Don't do it that way. Right? Like, it's going to make your life miserable. You're not going to enjoy your time as a software engineer. You want to make some radical changes. You want to simplify, focus on the commercial value that you provide, and listen to the industry, right? What is industry standard? The industry standard also means that you have to think about the interfacing. That is written in TypeScript nowadays, like the industry standard version for it. So if you're going to be writing the front end in TypeScript anyway, why don't you just write everything in TypeScript, right? Why, that's my big point of view. And then also we should talk a lot more about databases, because you've heard me say again that I want JSON in my database. So that means I need to use a NoSQL database, right? I don't want to use SQL. I don't want to use what they call a relational database, because it's not fast enough, it's not scalable enough. It requires a set schema. It forces that on you. And there's even certain JavaScript frameworks that force schemas on people, right? Which I really don't like. If you don't know what a schema is, it basically means that you have to predefine the exact type that you want in your database, and you can never deviate from it unless you write a migration script. And I don't like that, because as a startup, if you do startup development, you might very often want to make some additions, especially additions, but sometimes even just changes or expansions of the schema, and you want to do that very quickly. So you want a dumb database that's always online, that's very fast, and the data integrity, you want to control that yourself in the API layer and not in the database. Okay, but maybe this is all a bit too hypothetical, because I'm not showing any examples on my screen. I also don't have a database connection right now that I'm showing you. So I feel like we should instead just continue with front-end programming for now, a bit of API programming, and we'll do more of the database and the DevOps in another lecture, right? Because it's critical, but it's not. I'm not going to go into it now. Good, not further at least. So let's yarn start again. Close that. Good. We restart. Chat had a push and main had a push, add an S. Yeah, maybe we want to build something new. One thing that I guess is interesting to show now is that when you set the message, right, where do I have this thing where you type at the bottom, right? We had the chat and you type something at the bottom and you click on send. So where do we do that, right? Well, here we have a submit function. And in the submit function, we take a look at what we call the buffer, and the buffer contains what I was typing here. That's in the buffer now, right? And you remember how I do that, right? It's always with Redux state. The buffer is empty now. There it is. This is in the buffer. And when I click on enter, then this submit function will fire. And that submit function will then use this method called setMessage, and then it will reset the buffer to empty, because remember, after I click, right, I want to empty that again. So that's what this is doing. And then I actually also scroll down, because you want to automatic, if I keep sending messages, see it scrolls down after you send a message. That's done by this one. So what is this set message? Because you can see I send the body, I send my ID for the creator, and I also say when I created it, I do a new date, and then I say to JSON, because remember, I just want to send simple strings to the backend, and I want to do it in JavaScript object notation, so I do it like that. Now we go to set message, and we see that it comes from here, and this is so you can optionally give it a message. It is optional, you don't have to do it. If you don't send a body, I'll just send null. But then I stringify that message, JSON stringify, so I make sure that I take this object and turn it into just a single string JavaScript object notation. I always post everything, because it's irrelevant. I just always do post. We do cross origin, credentials. There you go, and you can see we're doing it to /chat. Okay. And then again, when I get the response now, I immediately dispatch it from within the hook. So that's the difference. In the previous thing for get tasks, we just returned it and we did the dispatching on the component side. Now I'm doing the dispatching actually in the hook, in the use API hook, which is great. That's fine. That's no problem. You can do it like this too. In fact, I think this might be a bit cleaner, but it depends usually on what you want to do and where. So now you can see that everything works identical, and I can use this set message either to just load all the messages or to actually set a message. So I'm trying to again use less code by reusing a function, and it's a very simple function, right? So this is one of the places where I execute it, but here you have another one. This is a use effect where I set the message immediately, and I said this before, right? That set message, if set message changes, this will execute, and it'll also execute on load of the components because that's the first time, right? So it'll go, and since set message never changes, this will only fire once, and that will just, so it means that when I load this component, it'll send a request to the server and load all my data. And here you can see it come in, right? You can see the action, the payload, the chat comes back and gives me all the chat messages. By default, it was an empty array. Right, this is what we started off with, and then after that event happened, the chat was filled. Perfect. Over and over again, you see the same thing over and over again. So it's gonna eventually, it's gonna become so simple and second nature to you. And but then again, the problem for me in web development is usually not that any particular thing is complicated. It's just that there's so many things to keep in your mind, right? And that's in the end what creates the complexity. That's why you get paid to be a web developer, right? Because there's a lot of little things to do. And nowadays they usually split it up in a lot of different professions. But I'm trying to undo that. I'm trying to teach you the whole stack in a specific way with specific tools, but that does allow you then to create industry standard products without relying on other people, right? You can really do all of this alone, and that's unlike, for instance, game development. Like if I want to create a AAA game, I can't do it alone, right? I mean, at the very least, obviously you're gonna need an art department, but after that you also need people working on the physics layer, and people working on the lighting, and people working on the scenes, and people working on the, you know, all kinds of logic on and it's gigabytes of logic, right? So super complicated to build. With web development, you don't have any of these issues. The interface is much simpler. It's 2D, but it's very functional. Like this is what most people need to do their job, right? If I think about how I do my job, I use the email client, something like Google Docs. Those are all just web applications, but those are extremely powerful. But in fact, even this editor itself is a web application. Like the interfacing of this editor is in the same language that we're writing right now, right? Which is such a beautiful thing, that it shows you that you don't need AAA game level engines to build the most useful tools that you need. Most of the useful tools are written in a much simpler way, because that's better, right? You don't need 3D environments for this, and you can do it alone, and you can be efficient. And this is what you want as a business, right? What I want people to do is start their own businesses, or at least have the power to join a new business as one of the only developers, or maybe a group of 2 or 3, and to do everything together. That's what these lectures are all about. That's what I want to get you towards. And it's also what I did, by the way. Like that's literally like what I've been doing in my life. And I guess I have a pretty comfortable life, so therefore I want to also show other people how to do this. And you don't have to follow the same path I did. My path was long, and it was also started at an age where none of these tools existed, right? Over time, you learn these things as they come. But now if I was a new developer and I found this YouTube channel or this Twitch stream, I'd be very happy, because this is exactly what I would want to know in order to immediately make that jump to professional web development smoothly, without making all the mistakes that you're going to have many colleagues see you make. Okay, so enough of the big scale talking. Let's get down into the code again, because I want to talk a little bit about CSS. I only hit it very slightly for now, and you see that I have this thing where in the structure of the code I have this components folder, right? First of all, I have everything starts with index, right? That's also the rule. Everything starts with index, and here you can see that there's a React DOM render. So I'm saying, okay, from now on, I want you to take over the HTML on this page, right? This HTML, and I want you to render React into it. And you have to actually say from which object you want that to be done. And I say I want it to be done from the element of root. So I say get the element by ID root, this element, and then take it over and start rendering this inside, right? And then you see everything starts being rendered inside. So, and it's again, it's a nested situation where we have the router first, then the provider. So these two control the URL, or they control the Redux state. So those are kind of also components that we wrap around the rest of our code, so that now any components we shove inside here, they have the advantage of being able to use how's called the storage or the history object. Okay, so now we have enough here with enough link, and that means we have this upside here. And by the way, I haven't shown you, but it automatically, because it's a nav link, it gives the class active to whatever is active. Oh shit, I think that welcome is now always active because I forgot to write the word exact here. In fact, let me, I'll continue now, but I'll have to make sure to pull these changes into the other one later. Then I won't change it here. But if I do it exact here, then you can see that it will work. If I now go to chat, let's see if I go to chat. Now this one is no longer active and this one is. And if I go here, then this one is active and this one isn't. And if I didn't write exact, by the way, the reason it's not working is because technically this will also match this, because it only needs to match the start in order to match. Right? That's how these nav links work. But if I write exact, it means no, I want the full URL to be identical to this, else it does not, I don't consider it to be active. So that's just a little thing, it's a little trick. But because I haven't added any styling to something being active or not, it's just two buttons unstyled, I didn't notice that I forgot the exact. But it's fine. Anyway, and the same thing actually counts for a route. Here you see exact as well, because normally this would immediately match everything. Now there's two solutions to that. You can also do it like this. Now you don't need to put exact, but the problem now is that even if I type some random URL, it'll always match, and I don't want that. I want it to actually redirect to the clean one if you write a wrong URL. So that's why I do it over here. I put it above with exact. That way, if you're not using chat, or if I go to / anything, and I click enter, it goes there, redirects back to the other one / and it's done. That's what this redirect is doing. So it's a beautiful little React router DOM switch statement, okay? Now, after this, you can see if my route matches /, I open welcome. If I / chat, I open chat, right? I render those components. And all other components you can find inside the components folder right here. And every one of these components has two parts. It has a SCSS and a TSX. And the TSX always shows, it has a main thing. It starts with a main object with the capital that is identical to the name of the file. And again, this is not that React forces me to do this, right? React doesn't care. I just made these rules myself. And programming is always about creating your own little rules and sticking to them if they help you and create consistency. And the problem I'm trying to solve here is I'm trying to make sure that my CSS is always properly scoped. That I don't accidentally write something in one file that then fucks up another file. Right? And that changes the interface somewhere else. So by using class name chat, I can then go here and then I can scope the whole thing with a capital. And also I have to tell you that this is the only place in the code where I use a capital. I never use a capital in CSS. It's kind of a forbidden thing. And it looks to me even like it feels a little wrong even to do it. But I did that on purpose. I used it in order to remind myself and everyone else working with this code that this is a special class only used because I'm working in a specific component and I want the names to be completely identical. So this name always equals that name, always equals this name, and always equals this name. and then I can do it there as well, right? So it's the full, it's always a complete link based on that name. And now whatever I write in here, no matter how complex or how deep or how many, it's always scoped in that, and therefore we will never make, when we change anything here, we will never change the other pages. And it creates just a lot more consistency and a lot more security for your code. Especially if your code gets very big, you don't want to be the one who needs to find out why a certain interface suddenly doesn't look good anymore because some other programmer in some other file changed something, right? So at the same time, you can still trust other programmers. I feel like you don't need to force it down their throat, right? It's very hard to actually now, in JavaScript at least, it's hard to say that if someone now randomly writes here body display none, right, now everything disappears, right? So this rule is not enforced that you're supposed to put everything in here. You could fuck it up still, but because you have, you can assume that the people who work with you have the best intention in mind. They're not trying to fuck you. They just accidentally sometimes do because they don't know what they're doing. That can happen, right? But by having a simple rule like chat, putting everything in here, right, with this scoping problem, all those problems disappear, and I actually never have this issue anymore with other developers doing it wrong accidentally. Okay, so and now you see this beautiful, CSS, which has like this indenting structure, right? And I want to mention a couple things, some things that are useful to know. I don't know how far what your CSS levels should be. That many people have different levels of CSS. I can tell you that if you're a junior developer, for a lead developer, it's very scary to leave you to work alone on code. I mean specifically on TypeScript code, because TypeScript has a way of really breaking the application in unforeseen ways. It's hard to test because you have a time dimension, right? Everything you do in TypeScript, it starts from somewhere. The interpreter starts reading from here and it goes through this, and every time you write like await or you do some kind of asynchronous request in any way, it's waiting for something else to happen, some other click on some other event. So it's in the end, it's very hard to find out if the code you wrote is really consistent and would work all the time. And but that's not the case with CSS. With CSS, there's no time. There's no time component here. This is just a single definition of values. And usually by just going to the interface and zooming to different levels, and you can kind of find out quite quickly whether the code is okay. And even if it's not, you're not really breaking the application. You're just doing a minor change. So anyway, the reason I'm saying all of this is because I think if you're a junior developer trying to get a job, you should really command, and I mean really command, CSS, because that allows you to learn the JavaScript from the professionals while not working with it that much. And whenever you work with it, you work with a lot of help. But then why would anyone employ you if you're only going to be taking their resources, right? You need to give back to them. And CSS is a great way to give back. It's safe, it's hard to fuck up, they can trust you with it even if you're a junior, and you can give back tons and tons of time, of effort and hard work, because CSS is not a joke, right? And especially nowadays with the Flexbox model, I mean, things get kind of complex, and many programmers, even older ones, they don't know how to properly do it because they've been sticking their noses for so long into complicated JavaScript that they don't think that much anymore about CSS, right? And that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. I think everyone should continuously be busy with CSS as well, even though this is not even a programming language, right? It's just a style language. It's just a markup language, right? Like that. But you should still command it, especially the Flexbox model, because you can see that I all the time do that, right? Display flex. Look at what it's showing, right? All these different ways. It's so beautiful nowadays. This didn't used to exist, mind you, right? But now you can even see flex direction, flex wrap, align content, justify content, align items. right? And it's like defining a Word document but with code, and it's beautiful. I would say flex is very critical, but at the same time, of course, the classics, display, position, super important. And you can see also here that there's a combination between longhand description, flex direction, but because you can also write flex and write it all like in a codey way with flex. But there's also flex dash, and then you can define each individual property. Same as with padding. If I open up padding, you can actually see that it consists out of padding top, right, bottom, and left, right? So it's made out of multiple. And actually, there's also something funny. You can see there's 4 values here, but I only write 3. The reason I write 3 is because there is this rule in CSS that if I give the first one, that's the top, the second one is the right, the last one is the bottom, and the fourth one is usually the left. But if I didn't define the fourth one, it'll just copy it from the right. So you can see that left and right are both of them 2 rem, because it copied it from the middle value right here. Right? If I only give 2 values, then the first value will be used for the top and the bottom, and the second value for the right and the left. If I only give 1 value, it will put it on all 4 sides. So there's these rules in CSS, right? A lot of little rules to understand: shorthand, longhand, direction, all kinds of stuff. And the best source to learn this, it would probably be like everything else. It's always MDN, right? Mozilla Developer Docs is like, there is no better description. And you can just follow the CSS rules, because look, every CSS is valid as CSS. I can take any CSS and put it in here and it's valid. The only thing is that SCSS gives you some additional advantages, especially this nesting. Because if I didn't have this nesting, I would be constantly afraid that somebody is messing up my code. So I need this nesting to work, but normally in normal CSS you don't have that. I would recommend though, if you're gonna be learning this, to read things slowly. Like, don't do what I just do and scroll past all this, right? I can do that because I already know all of this, but go slow if this is the first time. Go super slow. Right, so here you can see some examples of changing. This is actually a really cool one, changing things based on media. In fact, I can show you a better example. Look, it's a media screen, and shit, I always forget what it is. Media. That's nonsense. That's motion reduce. I think this is a valid line. So for instance, now I say, okay, this CSS will only work as long as my screen size is less than 200 pixels. Less or equals to 200 pixels. So if it's wider than that, then this CSS will not fire. And it's great that in SCSS you can do this nested. Right, and then if I want to say every div that's a direct descendant, this little arrow means direct descendant. So it's only the child of chat. It's not the child of the child. It's not the grandchild, so to speak. It's only the direct child. That's what this means, direct descendant. And this means any descendant. So I could do a form, or I could have 5 divs in each other and then a form inside of that. This would still match. Right, so if you have nothing in front of it, it just means anything. Right, and also this means that it's selecting based on tag name, but you also have, well, in this case I don't have anything that is based on a class name. Oh, here, this is a class because of a dot, right? That means the class name. The hashtag means the ID, and you've already seen me use the hashtag. It's over here. Oh no, because it says get element by ID. Oh, okay, but if I had to query this, I do that in index SCSS, I think. Then I write hashtag root because it's the ID, right? So this is a hashtag, direct descendant, tag name, and here you have pseudo selectors. Like if I hover over it, and you can even emulate this, right? So if I'm over here and I want to emulate, what if I hover over it? I can click on this little emulation thing, toggle element state. And I can do hover or active or focused. And then you can, by doing this, you can adapt that. You can say, okay, if I hover over it, it changes to an underline or it changes to whatever. Yeah, that's all. By the way, I'm getting a little sick of this music. Let me find another one. Okay. Royalty-free music, I love it. All right. Yeah, what else should I discuss? I mean, it's getting... By the way, one day I hope that I can have enough of a following that there's actually people asking questions and I can have some chat interaction. Of course, in the beginning, and I expect for a long time, I'm just going to put up these videos and people will casually find them from time to time and it'll trickle in. I've already received quite some nice feedback that I got from my previous videos. But those videos, again, everything was... I never really gave it a serious shot, I would say. I never really dedicated every week hours to the channel. Also because I wasn't completely happy with the way I've set things up. Nowadays I am. I think what I got now in my structure, I finally reached a moment of simplicity and power for my setup that I think this is something I wish to share. Right? I think I cracked made the solution, find the ultimate blueprint. And I was looking for that for many years, right? And I've tried many different solutions. I've even written, like what I'm using now with React, I've even written my own framework at one point because I just wanted to test it out. Like, what if I did that myself? I found out that you should never do that, right? Like React front end, you should never do it. But I did the same for the back end by not using Express, and there it was amazing. And I've written in PHP, I've written in Java, I've written in every kind, so many languages. And in the end, you find out that, again, you want to simplify, right? But the thing with React, though, it's very complicated. And even if I go to React.js and I Google it here, so it's made by the guys from Facebook, actually. Now, I'm not particularly a Facebook fan, but their engineers know how to build stuff. Holy shit. I mean, their other stuff they started working on later was GraphQL, which is also just an incredible idea, right? Like this is a way to consume APIs that allows the front-ender to decide what exactly, or not the front-ender, the client, so it could be an API or a website, but they could make a request and they can define the structure they want to receive back. It's very useful if you're consuming an API and there's no connection, there's no communication between the two teams. So what you see me do here with the backend and the front end, you know that I know exactly the kind of request that comes in. I know it's always JSON. I know it's always in a specific way. I know exactly what I want to return, right? Because it's only, this API is only built for this UI. So they fit together very tightly. And that's okay. I think that's a great way to build an app. But if you want to build purely an API for anyone to consume, then I would recommend something like GraphQL. Right? Because then you want to allow them to define exactly what they want to receive. Here's a good example. So I say, oh, I want my hero name and height, and then you get name, height. Now you get the mass. Oh, and then you say, no, I only want the name. Right? This optimizes the amount that you get back. And you can even put calculations in here, and this can be done from the front end. So the API is unchanged. The code of the API is the same, but the front end decides what it wants to read. And you can get many resources in a single request, right? You say, hey, give me this, and the server network gives you back all the data you need all at once in the way you like it. And you've asked for it. It's like a query language, right? GraphQL, graph query language. So it's beautiful, and you can see it has types and whatever. I love it. I love it. I think it's really a good way to work. Okay, so oh, actually, I can also just play all of the videos. Just a second. Playlist. All right. So GraphQL also has this interface to show things. Okay, let's stop talking about GraphQL and let's go back to React, right? Because we don't want to use GraphQL for this. We want to keep things very simple. So GraphQL is overly complicated for what we're trying to do, and we should therefore not use it. But React is one of the most complicated pieces of software I do use. Why did the guy like me, who hates overly complex things, use React when it's really complex? It's because it gives you back. Like whenever you invest in something like a React and you really learn it and you take your time, study it deeply, it'll give you back so much. It'll give you a way of building apps that is unlike every way that came before it. And the funny thing that even the version of React that I'm writing is not the same one they put on the front page here. Like, this is not how I write my React. In fact, I think this is a horrible way to do it. This is the old way. And when I say old, I don't even mean that long. I mean like 5 years ago, everybody was writing it like this. Or maybe even 4 years ago. I can't remember that well. But about 3 years ago, I think the big shift started to happen towards hooks. But even if I go to the front page right now of React, like I'm doing here, they don't describe it properly. I think I need to like search for the word hooks. Oh my god, look over here. And then they say introducing hooks. It's since version 16. I mean, this is the only way I work nowadays with hooks. They're way better. Like, it's so clean. So again, this is another example where I'm gonna allow you to jump over the whole issue of learning and immediately go towards the latest thing. Oh, by the way, I can reduce my desktop audio. There, now you can kind of hear me more clearly without the... Yeah. Okay, so anyway, so we're gonna, this is amazing. Like, this is gonna allow you to skip over all the nonsense and immediately write things the proper way. That's what we're trying to do here. And let me go to an example, right? So here I have chat, which is just a function. This is a lambda function, right? So it's a very simple, no arguments, one body. But here you can hover, you see this is a function component. I'm just giving that as a type. I can define later what that means, but that you can see it's the same here, right? You create a function and you return something they call JSX. So this is actually not HTML. It looks like HTML, right? But it's not. This is a special like React version of JavaScript / HTML, and it allows you to immediately write functions inside properly. And this function kind of executes every time there's a state change. Anytime anything changes in the web page, this executes again. And anytime someone kind of types a letter or clicks on a button, this executes again. It doesn't mean that things necessarily changed, but if your code returns the same HTML, right, the same generated HTML or JSX, then nothing will happen in the rendering. So the rendering will not update. So it's very efficient. Like, this system is super efficient. It constantly checks if things are still aligned. And like the code says, it reacts to you updating the state of your app. It's very beautiful, and it's hard to explain as well. I mean, we're talking about components, we're talking about life cycles, we're talking about hooks. This is a very new way of doing things, but it's super clean. Now, I don't like this introduction video. I think they kind of suck. I like that they keep things backwards compatible. This is something that when I used to do Angular, I remember very well I was doing Angular, which is something that I think Google built. And then they went from Angular 1 to 2 and everything just completely broke, right? And what React did, they learned from that mistake and they said, okay, we're going to introduce this new, better way of doing it, but we're still going to allow you to have the old way at the same time so that you can calmly, as your business goes forward, switch over. And this is such a beautiful thing, because if now I just spent, imagine you're a business, right? And you've spent $500,000, maybe $1 million+ on developing your app with your interface, and then out come React with a new version and it breaks everything, then you're gonna have to spend another like $250,000 at least to rebuild what you used to have in the other one. Like, that's horrible. That's another way to run your business. And actually, I was at the time when Angular 1 went to 2, I was in a company that had written everything in Angular 1. I had written it that way as well, right? That was the most modern thing. And when they then switched, I wanted to use all those new features. I wanted to move with them, but they didn't allow me to. So I had to keep working in 1, even though the whole industry moved over to 2, right? Because I had code that was worth $500,000 that I had to keep writing. Can you imagine the pain, right? Can you imagine the how much life sucks as a developer when the library writers don't think of you like this. They don't help you. They just leave you in the cold. So after that, Google, in terms of their library writing, I never trusted them again, right? Like I still trust them with server structure and hosting. They do other things right. That's different teams. But the team with the Angular, I will never trust them again, right? They did not. They really made a big mistake. And React obviously did not make this mistake. Anyway, good. So this is a great read, by the way. I do like this read, but it assumes that you already understand the previous version. Now I don't think you need to. It talks about classes and complex components, and we're never going to use those because they're completely not required, right? Like look at this new way of doing it. We just say, okay, you want to dispatch? Use the hook, right? So you execute a function. Remember, this executes all the time, but it's highly efficient because even in the use API, right? Even though this executes a lot, this could execute maybe like 10 times a second, right? But look at what this does, right? Everything here is something that gets wrapped into another hook like use callback. And use callback is another one of those special functions that returns a memoized version of the callback that only changes if one of the inputs has changed. And this principle is very much the same in almost all the hooks. Use callback, use memo, even use effect, right? They only fire when the inputs change. So what are the inputs? Well, when you have a hook, it usually, not always, but it usually has two arguments. One is the function or the object or whatever you're doing, and the other is the inputs, which is an array of inputs. And you define here the values, and if those values change, this will execute again. Or in this case, this will this function get tasks will be updated if one of these inputs changes, right? Then this, so now I can use one of these inputs in here, and it's not a part of the argument, by the way. The argument is separate. So if I say here test one or test number, like now this function takes a number, right? That's fine, and the function doesn't need to change if this number changes because this is not part of the definition of the function. This is an argument to the function, so it's different. I'm talking about if you want to use a value inside that came from your global scope from within here, right? So maybe it came from your Redux. Then you want to use what I showed before, that use selector, right? Now this allows you to select from the state anything you want, like tasks. Is use selector. Here comes the state.tasks. Right, so I'm grabbing from the global state. I'm grabbing the tasks and I'm returning that here. And now I can say, okay, if I want to use it in this function, this get tasks needs to be aware of the current tasks. Now I can add it as the input and then add it here. See, and every time now this task changes, this would update this function, and a function itself would change. The function wouldn't execute, by the way. Use callback is not an execution of the function, it's just a definition of the function. But it's very important when you're making a hook that you're always wrapping things in use callbacks, right? You don't want to do this. You don't want to remove this and have it like this, because now this function will change every time anything happens at the page. If anybody clicks on a button, types a single letter, scrolls up and down, hovers over something, right? Like this will again re-execute, and constantly change this get tasks. And that means if I then later over here want to have another piece of an effect that depends on that function, this would now also constantly fire, right? So you want to be very careful here and always put use callback around things if they're functions that you don't want changing. So now let me Control Z that all the way. And it's not just that, right? Do I have an example of use memo? Maybe. Yes. Oh yeah, this is my special function for you. I wrote my own hook, right? It's called a use query hook. And query is really fun because it's let me actually I want to show you the use query. It's actually part of my blueprint, which, keep in mind, I tried to keep this blueprint as simple as possible, but I couldn't get rid of my use query. I thought it was such a beautiful hook. I wanted to show you an example of how to do a callback with a fetch, and I wanted to have a query as well. Right? So those two hooks I kept, and those were the really vital ones. So I want to show you the query. In fact, I think, look at this. It's already part of the demo, right? If I click on something, the last thing I change, it'll just put it in the query. It's just a little example I did, right? But just to show you how that hook works. So let's say use query. Where did I use it? In welcome. So here we import the hook, and here we execute it, and I deconstruct because I know that query and set query are the two things that come out of the use query function, out of the hook, right, when I execute it. And now I can use it. So now query, let's console log query. So anytime anything changes here, as you can see, the query gets logged again because I put it here. In fact, I think also if I switch any kind of there, so any kind of state change to the page, and this reloads. Now the values that's in here is always reflected in that object. So I can now say and hello is hi, and immediately I would get hello hi here, right? That's what this query object is. And the great thing is you also get set query, so you can easily update it. And there it is. So I can say completed is, and then I give a task number, right? So I click here and it says completed 2. Click here and it updates to completed 1. It's because of this line. If the task is done, then set the query completed and then a number. And the great thing is also that I can do, if I give an empty one, completed empty string, it'll completely remove this, right? So actually, let me give an example. What if I clicked on welcome? Right, let's do, yeah, look at this. On click, and I say set query completed is an empty string. Right, now remember that I have hi, hello is hi, but if I now click on welcome, it removed only the completed. So the other query parameters that were left, it doesn't touch, right? So set query merges, and if you put something to an empty string, it also deletes it. So that way you really have full control. That's exactly the kind of behavior I want for my query parameters. So everything after the question mark, if I want to control that, I can use the use query hook. And let's read that hook, because the hook is super simple. It's just a use memo and a use callback, right? Because the query is a memo and the set query is a callback, a use callback. So every hook is just a dependency of other hooks until you end up at the core hooks from React. Use effect, use layout effect, use ref, use callback, and use memo. I think those are all. Okay, so let's see. Use query. So you can see we're using the use history. That allows us to read the path name, which is inside of the history.pathname, right? And we use location. History is actually used also for pushing. Let's see, for replacing the URL with a new. You can see that, and here's history, location, path name. And then location search, we grab directly from location. I guess I could have used history location too. Oh, but here in the use memo, I only use location. Makes sense. Anyway, so the memo, let's start with that. Create an object out of the URL query parameters. So we create a new URL search parameters based on the location search. Location search is actually also accessible globally. Window location search. See, so I get this, right? And by putting this around it, there, I get an object which has URL parameters. And then I have to do for each. So let's see, sorry, there, say like let x is this, x for each. right? So you can see now it's high, but actually for each you get the value and the key. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And now I add for each value and key, I add it to this empty object, and that's it. And then I return it. So it's super simple, right? This is just a very tiny. But remember, I use memo, meaning that this doesn't update this query until the location search changes, right? So that's why I had to use memo. Use memo will only recompute the memoized value when one of the dependency has changed. If calling use memo with a referential stable function also gives the input in the second argument. I have no idea. All right, set query. This is the second one. This is a use callback. It has an actual value that you can give. It accepts any object with a number, string, or undefined in the as a value to the prop. And you also have a second argument optionally for options where you can say, oh, please replace the URL. So instead of pushing the new change so that people can still go back to the previous version. Okay, here you can see I can go back, but you can also just replace it. That might be even better. Anyway, so that's a second option. And then we do the same thing where we create the query. But now, this time, we want to make a new query that makes changes that come in. So we want the update to come in. So first, I even described this perfectly. First, put all the current query parameters into the new query parameters. So we're done. Now we have basically recreated what was here. But then I say update or delete any new query parameters from the updated object. So we go over the update for each key and we check if it still is a truthy value or falsy value. By the way, if you're new to TypeScript, I guess maybe this is not the right place for you, but there is this thing falsy and truthy, which you need to know about because I use it all the time. Like here you can see I say if and I just fill in the value. I don't say equals something, equals 1 or a type of instance of array, right? Like I don't write stuff like instance of array. Like I don't do that. I just say like if. That's it. No equation. What does that mean? That means that it's going to check whether it's a falsy or a truthy value, right? So it uses type conversion to coerce any value to a boolean. Now some people hate that JavaScript does this. I love it, right? Because the reason they hate it is because they're unwilling to learn it. They're unwilling to learn what JavaScript is doing. If you actually are humble and you accept that you have to learn what a language does in order to properly use it, right? If you have that more open-minded approach, then you understand that it's very simple. If a value is false, 0, -0, 0n, which is a big int format. This is actually relatively new. We should definitely talk more about big ints. They're super useful. Anyway, any kind of string, empty string that is, null, undefined, not a number, or document all, which is a bit of a weird one, then it's considered false. If you just say if and then one of these values in it, it's considered false. Everything else is true. And then there's also and, which, oh yeah, this can be a little strange. The value of this can be a little strange, but actually I use this all the time in my code, right? So we'll talk more later about coercion and truthy values and falsy values, but let's not lose ourselves completely. But it's a kind of complexity of TypeScript and JavaScript that you should really learn. And by the way, when sometimes you hear me say JavaScript almost as if it's the same as TypeScript, is because kind of it is. TypeScript only adds types. Other than that, it's 100% JavaScript. So any JavaScript is also kind of valid TypeScript if you allow a type to not be set. I don't think I actually allow that. There is a tsconfig file where you can configure it. Let's see, allow JavaScript true. Okay, I am allowing that you can just write JavaScript. Right, but I do have strict true. All strict type checking options. I think I can just define something without a variable, right? No, without a type, I mean. So, I mean, first of all, usually it also defines types statically. So you don't need to worry too much about this. And I generally also do give everything a type. because it's wonderful to hover over something and just to know what type something is. It's really valuable. Okay. Yeah, hooks. We talked a bit about hooks. I showed you this hook. There is something I want to also say about use effect, because use effect is very interesting. So let me actually put a console log here, console log 1, and show you when does this thing fire, right? So here we go, clean that up. Also, don't save. Let me discard some of these changes. Oh, this one I want to keep. That's a very useful change. This I want to keep too, right? Yeah. And then this one I don't care about. So discard this and refresh that. Okay. If I go to the chat, boom, I can see 1. But now if I type something, click on send, it's not firing again. So clearly the state is changing, but the use effect is not firing, right? How come? So we can close all the others. Here you go. Close this as well. Keep everything clean. Console log 1 is only going once when the component loads. This used to be called an event called on component did mount or something. It was super complicated. Now it's much more simple. You just create a use effect. You don't give anything here other than something that doesn't change. And we know that set message doesn't change because set message comes from use API, and use API has a set message here as a use callback, inside of which is only a dispatch, and the dispatch never changes. Comes from use dispatch, which comes from our store, and our store gets this directly from. It's quite you have to find it, but look, use dispatch is exported directly from React Redux. This never changes. So this comes out once. Actually, the hook comes out, and then here I make a dispatch out of it. This never changes. So if you include that somewhere, it's irrelevant, and it's fine. Anyway, so back to where we were. We know that it doesn't change. So this use effect only fires once. But what if I actually say, no, I want you to, let's make a new effect. Number 2, right? Let's do number 2. So you can see it fires once. And every time I load the component again, it fires again, right? So, and what if I now add here, for instance, things that do change, like the buffer. Whenever the buffer changes now, 2 will fire. See, every time I type something, it'll fire. That's what a use effect is for. It's to do something based on when another value changes, right? And it's very powerful. In fact, with a series of use effects, you can do so much. But there's one thing that is super important to understand. It's called the cleanup function. So if I have a console log 1 here, let's say I start off with 1. But now, what if I did something that the next time this effect fires, I want to clean up something from the previous effect. That's why you can return another value, the cleanup value. So let me, and this can be a little complicated, but it's actually not. Like, it can seem a little complicated, but look, if I type something, first the 2 will fire, and then the 1. Right? Because the cleanup is from the previous, it's supposed to clean up the previous effect. And I think it even has, so if I say const x is math random, let's see if it keeps the memory of any value that was defined before that. So let me go refresh this. So this is 1 and 0521. And if I now type something, first it does the 2 of 0521 before it fires the 1 with a new number. So you can see that I can clean up any variable I made here, any changes I made here, I can clean them up. And I know this will fire before the next one fires. See? So that's the cleanup function. Now there's also another thing which is called use layout effect. Come on. Oh wait, I don't think I imported it. use layout effect. There it is. And this is the same as use effect, except it only fires after this has been returned. So after the interface has been updated and the HTML has been updated, right? So sometimes normally effects fire when the state changes before this is returned. But now this is basically saying, no, 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 I want you to wait until literally the document object model, the underlying document object model has changed as well. Usually you would do this if you're going to do some very dirty hacking. Like you're going to do some document query selector stuff. Like, and the reason I call this so dirty is because in React, you're never supposed to really talk to the document object model like this, right? Where you query for, I don't know, give me the first, or give me all divs on the web page, and then you know, map over them. Or actually you would need to do some trick then. But anyway, like if I'm gonna go now change the background color to red on all these divs, actually let me do it. We do a query selector div, but we need to also do the slice all. This is a little trick that you used to have to do, because document query selector all is not an actual array. It's an array-like object. It's kind of vague, like it's a node list. And to turn that into an array, you take an empty array, you do the slice method, which normally just returns a copy of the array. If you have no arguments, start and end are both optional, so you don't have to give them. Then you just get the whole array back. So if I do 1, 2, 3 dot slice, I get a new array in memory, but it has the same values. So, but you can say slice, then I say call, because with call you can change the you're basically hijacking the method and providing a new value that it should execute over. So we're hijacking the slice method from an empty array that I just created, and then I call it on this document query selector div, and then what comes out is, instead of a node list, I have a pure array. I mean, this is the kind of hacking you used to have to do all the time. And this is why it's so complicated, right? It's JavaScript and the document object model are two kind of different things, right? And some people don't fully understand what the document object model is. When I say that, so let me maybe, I do kind of want to explain it. It could be a bit too complicated. If I go to elements here, this is a representation of the document object model, but it's not the document object model. It's just an example. And to really understand what it is, I can teach you a little trick. Let me open up the elements again. Here I have the console. If I select something, I can say $0 to select it. But what if I now, I want to show you, I want to use the spread operator. Does that work? No, it doesn't. I want to click on dot, and now you can see all the properties inside. And it's huge, right? I don't even think this is everything. Like document dot, and you can see all these methods and properties and all. That's the real object model. That it has all these different values. Are we full screen? Yes or no? Are we, you know, do we have support for audio or for, right? So all these things are part of the document object model. So that's what JavaScript has to work with and connect to. That's what the browser needs to work, right? And so we're doing this slice call to turn this node list, which is a strange type from the document object model, into a normal array. And now I can technically say that the div, let's see, if this is, these are the divs, sorry. I can for instance do for each div style. I think it's div style dot. Why doesn't it do style? Let me console log the div. Maybe the TypeScript doesn't know what I'm talking about. That could be the case. And X doesn't exist obviously anymore. In fact, the whole cleanup function is not needed anymore. Wow, all of this stuff just to show you what you shouldn't be doing. It's fine. Okay, here we go. So now I can see div is root. It found one div. Is that the only div in this page? Kind of strange. But I did query selector all. Now it doesn't matter. We found one div, and now I can do. Let me see what it is. Style, right? Yeah. style background equals red. It doesn't change it. My headset drops out. All right, how long is the stream actually? How have we been doing here? 2 hours exactly now. Great. Well, that's a good start. I do want to keep going. I think I want to have the style of these streams pretty long. Like I think maybe later I will cut them into more like bite-sized pieces. But initially I want to just provide lots of content to also see, you know, what is it you want to hear? What is it you want to know about? Like I want you to be able to build any app you want, any regular web app with features you like. And the blueprints I've got right now, the chat and the basic one, it shows you how to receive data. It shows you how to send data. It has examples of every important hook. Maybe it's time to go a little bit almost philosophical with some of this stuff. Because look, if it wasn't philosophical enough yet, because there is this one hook that I think is a little strange. I mean, strange is not the right word, but it's interesting. Use ref. And a lot of people are confused about this hook. It's actually a really simple hook. And because it has a lot more to do with how JavaScript in general kind of works. Like it's just how memory management is done. So it's very interesting. Let me just describe it for you first, right? So let's create a ref. We're gonna have what is a good name for a reference? I would say like my object equals use ref 123 123, and then I want to console log that that object. There it is, and you can see it did something strange. First of all, it made an object. Inside of it has the value current, and inside of that it has the value 123. Now that should already tell you that it's a little strange. Like, why did it need to wrap around and create this current property, right? But it's actually really logical when you think about it, because this chat can execute multiple times. Every time I'm retyping a letter, current is being reevaluated almost. But with ref, what you're saying is, I want to create a reference here to this value, and after I create it once the first time, I don't want you to change it. So what I can actually, for instance, do now is I can just say window dot. Maybe that's not a good one. Maybe maybe I can have a use effect. So I want to make sure something only is executed once, right? So I do an empty array of inputs at the bottom. So now I know this only executed once. And now I can say set an interval where every second we add my object current, we add a 1. We add 1 number to it. Now this is something strange. I want to explain that. So now we have current whatever. And see, when I type, every time I check the value, it seems to have changed. But React actually did not react to the change. There was no update. So normally when anything changes in React, like I type a letter, immediately everything is recalculated. But with refs, that's not the case. And that's the weird thing about refs. It's like refs are a special reference to a value that's almost like outside of the tracking of React. React is not going to track it. React will recreate the object around it all the time. So the actual object, my object, will constantly change. But the value that it refers to inside current is not changing. And that's also something I really want to explain. And I guess I have to go way more into the basics of JavaScript, like how JavaScript memory management works. Because normally, if I say, for instance, if I say let x is 1, right? And I check x. X is now 1. If I say x is 2, I'm not really changing the value 1. I'm just changing what x means, and I put it on 2. I change the reference. I don't change the value. And this is more significant when I make it like this. X is an object, or so property ABC, right? If I now say that it's property ABCD, I'm not changing property. That you might think that, but I'm not. I'm changing what x means. So the previous value of x, so now the x where property is ABD is the new one, and the old one where the property was ABC, that entire object is on a piece of your RAM, a piece of your computer memory, and as soon as the x is redefined to a new x, this old one has no more reference. There's no piece of the code anywhere where I can get this value back, because I overwrote what it meant, right? So the only link that this piece of memory had to the current execution environment is gone. And what happens then is something that's called the trash collection. Just say. Trash collection. So trash collection is there's no more reference to this object in the current living memory, and so therefore it'll be collected in the trash and it'll be removed, and the memory will be freed up to be used again by other processes. It's very much like life, right? Life is an atheist. Like once you die, your body will just disintegrate and it's trash. It's literally the same as trash. It'll become compost and the energy will dissipate, and then your space in the world can be used up by new human beings or new entities, whatever it is. So that's really what's happening here. Like the trash is being collected, right? And you've redefined the value. And the reason I'm saying that is because there's also something else you can do, right? I know now that when I type x, this is the property. If I do this, x property equals 1, 2, 3, and now I check x, it has changed. So this is different than what I just did. Before I was just saying x is a new thing. Now I'm saying x.property is something else. And so I've really changed what x is internally. And now I've only reevaluated what the word property means inside of x. And so that is a different thing. And it might sound a little bit arbitrary to you, like especially if you're not a core like programmer, but there's a fundamental difference there, changing things by reference or changing things by value. And what a use ref is, it's saying that wrap this value in a reference, which always is an object which with the name current in it, and then current will be a value that if I update it, it'll stay changed no matter how many times this executes again and again and again. And it'll execute, you can change it outside of React. So when I change it now, while I was talking, every second a number got added. So now we're already on 406, but it didn't refresh the screen while I was doing that. Now, okay, that's great. So this is a great core theoretical example of what useRef is used for, but it's actually not the real deal. Like the real reason most people use ref is because they want to refer to a document, an object that is going to be instantiated. So let me give you an example. We're going to start off useRef as null, and we're going to then, and I can even log it here. Let me disable this for now. And then I can go to the main, and instead of this style, I'm going to say ref equals my object. There. Okay. Now, when I do this, you'll see that current starts off being null, but after the first render, current is main chat. Right? And I think every time I re-execute after that, it stays the main chat. And this is actually a reference directly to the DOM node. So this allows me to really know the document object model. Like it's not wrapped in anything. Like I have a connection to the real document object model through the ref. So this is a way that React allows you, without a query selector, because before you saw me do a document query selector for the div, remember? Like that's another way to do it, which is even dirtier. this is the cleaner way that React says, okay, if you need a reference to this thing, so be it. I don't like it, but so be it. Maybe you're some kind of special library that does really special effects everywhere and you need to do it outside of React. That's okay, so be it. Actually, a good example is Google Maps. Google Maps is not React, right? And it wants to be loaded in outside of React. So you would need to have a ref to a core object and then load it in without React exploding. Okay, so we have my object, we have use effect, but if I do this, what if I just write it in here? I refresh. Let me also clean this up and then refresh. So now we can work with this object right from inside this use effect. And we have this current value that's always the same. But what if I write current? Let's double check this. Main chat. And now you can actually see what's normally always inside the document object model. All these properties are part of it. So you might look at this and you might think it's simple, but this is the actual DOM. And I can say it's probably better to try and never touch DOM elements directly like this because of how annoying they are, right? It's better to just, for instance, if I want to change, add an event listener, I could do it like this, add event listener. Oh, right, because oh wait, one thing, this use ref right now, it doesn't know what it's referring to. It thinks it always refers to null, but that's not the case. So to explain that, you can do this. You can explain, you can put this here. You can say you are either null or you are an HTML element. There, right? So now this thing will understand, at least you can ask it. You can say, if you exist, that means you're not null, then you are an event, you are an HTML element, and now you can see that the browser understands that you can add something. And you can add click, and then I don't know, if I click on it, then console log something. This is the old school way of doing it, right? So again, I don't recommend actually doing it this way. I'm just saying that it's possible to have an effect and to add event listeners like this. What I actually really prefer is that you don't use ref, don't use any of that, and just immediately write an onClick here. And let React deal with all the complicated adding and removing of event listeners, stuff like this. Okay, that's really something useful. There's also something interesting. I guess I forgot to say this. Sometimes, like for instance, now I say every time you click on main, I want to log a number. Let me refresh this. Every time I click, I get the log number. What if I now wanted to have a special exception that if you clicked on something specific, for instance, if I click on this thing, this little input field here, then I don't want this to fire. What if that was the case, right? There is this thing I can do here where I can say on click and I get the element and I say element stop propagation. That's a pretty important one, and it has to do with event management. Now if I click here, it doesn't work. If I click here, it does work, right? Here it doesn't, here it does. Why? It's because when I click on something, the event will go from the place I clicked, so this place, it will go there, then it will go up, it'll go up, 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 and then hit chat, right? So from text area, form, chat. It goes from the smallest nested place that you clicked to the outer one, all the way to HTML. And while it passes those click handlers, it goes out, and that's also the order of operations, right? If I put a click handler here, it'll fire first the click handler here, then there, then this one. And if I ever write stop propagation, it stops the propagation of the event. So the event no longer goes from form to chat. Chat will never receive the click, right? Because I stopped the propagation. It's really important. And there's also another one, which is prevent default, which is super critical, especially for form submits. So for instance, here, if you submit this thing, right, with a button send, you submit it, there's a submit event that fires. But normally when a submit event fires, let me see if I can show it. It reloads the page because that's the old school way that a form used to work. You used to, and I don't know if you remember this, I mean, it depends on how old you are, but when you used to submit a form, the password form, whatever, it would always refresh the page. Nowadays, you have JavaScript that catches that, stops the default behavior of that submit, that's what this does, and then it can catch it and do its own thing, like doing a real-time chat. Right, so prevent default and stop propagation are the two most used methods on events. And they require that you understand what is the default behavior that you're trying to prevent and what is the propagation that you normally would have when you click on an element and it goes from the smallest element, goes out all the way to the parent, to the parent, to the parent until it reaches the HTML node. Good. Events. We did events, we talked about hooks, we talked about React, we talked about false values, truthy values. I mean, there's so many things to talk about. It never ends. Is there something really exciting that there's still left to do? I don't know. Is there anything I want to say? First of all, I want this package.json build to be added. But again, I think I want to shove it onto the main branch, not the chat branch. And there was something else that I found that I wanted to update, right? Oh yeah, it was the exact value on the welcome button. Yeah, I remember now. So actually, let's remember both. We wanted the React scripts build. Let me copy that one, right? I'll just do it manually for now. So I know I can also use git stash and git stash pop. I should maybe try it. You know, once you get better at Git, you can do these kind of tricks, but I don't know. I still feel like they're not necessary. I now did git stash, meaning I removed what was in my current memory. Now I can switch back to my main branch. And I think if I now do git stash pop, I pop it back onto the change, and now it's here again. But now I switched branch. So it's a little trick you can do. If you want to keep what was in your current changes, but you don't want to commit them on that specific branch. You were on the wrong branch. Then this is a good trick that you can do. Anyway, I actually don't recommend necessarily using it because if you accidentally mess up, you've lost your code. Or you can at least make a backup before you start playing around like that. And also, I really recommend that you just use the editor. You can click here, you can say create new branch, checkout. You can also have this here. You can do all kinds of other things: push, pull, right? Remote, add a remote, remove a remote. Here's the stash stuff: stash, pop. But you do need to learn what this means. But at least you can prevent yourself from having to write it in a terminal yourself and making errors there. So that could help you, especially as a beginner. Some professionals, they are very whiny about it, and they're like, "Oh, if you don't use the terminal, then you're not a real developer." And I'm like, actually, the people who usually do that are the worst developers. It's funny because they think that software engineering is all about knowing the terminal commands. But that's not what software engineering is about, right? It's about making hard choices and being creative with your naming. We have a lot to talk about when it comes to naming. I mean, you're basically like a poet of code. And that's how you should really think of yourself. And creating a poem that's nice to read, that's comfortable to read and easy to read, that's really what your job is all about, right? And when you mess that up, when you create a poem nobody wants to read, and it's overly complicated, then the bugs come in because people don't care about reading your code, and you've written it in a way that's hard to understand. So from both ways, you're making it unattractive and difficult, and then your code is going to suck, right? So naming is actually one of those amazing ways that you can increase the comfort and understand and the complexity. You can simplify things by having a great name for things. And then if it's really the worst case scenario, you can put some comments in there to help further explain things. But again, that doesn't always make your code better. And also you suffer from this problem where if I put a comment here that says the set command partially updates the state, right? Like I find that this reading this isn't any more clear than just seeing set partial state. Like that this explains what the action of this of the reducer is, right? So and also now if I now change this to something else and I forget to update this, that's even worse, right? Like because this is not part of the code, it doesn't get checked, right? It's just a computer doesn't verify the validity of this, but a computer does verify the validity of this. So that's why it's usually better to have great names so that things are just readable on their own. And then people need to have a high base level understanding before they can use, you know, things like Redux. And if you want to understand Redux, you better read up on what an action is and a payload action and how to even define this. Because look at what this does, by the way. This is a state. That's the real initial value. But we're shoving it into a type, like a function, but it's a type function, right? So it's a different kind of thing. Here you can hover over it. You can see it's a function that takes a type, and it return. Here you can see the function takes a type and takes every property inside of type, right, in the key of type, and makes it optional. See, that's what that question mark means. That's what partial does. And then you shove that into a payload action, right? And a payload action function, it wraps whatever you're doing in a payload and a type, and the type name it gives is the name for this, for the reducer name. Anyway, and that's what these functions do. So there's so much to learn before you can really make use of this properly. I don't think a comment should help you solve it. I think you should just study it before, and then once you know it, you don't need the comment anymore. And then you're wasting. You can stop wasting all these lines of code, and then you can define your entire Redux state in 28 lines of code, right? That's what you like. Okay. Oh yeah, right. We were gonna add the exact value on the index.tsx. Here we had a nav link and we wanted to do it here exact. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So we add build and we add exact, and then we say fix minor. Do I really have to explain what I did? Okay, add exact prop to nav link and add build command to package.json. That's what I did. And now let's see if this also merges nicely into chat. So with the chat, I say git pull origin main. Oh, we had a conflict. Of course we had a conflict. There it is. And why? Is because it doesn't understand what it wants to do. And this is the current change. And this is the new one. And by the way, you can just type in this, right? You don't have to choose. You can just manually create the code you like, as long as those, as long as these kind of things are gone, head and then this and footer, then Git will be happy. So it's literally just normal text. It just has some highlighting around it to help you and make some choices. But I know that this is in the end what I wanted. So then I do that. I click on the plus, Control Enter, sync the changes. Chat is good. I think the name chat might be a bit wrong because it's not real time right now. I could make it real time. I could make it cross server. I could have a database. There's a lot of stuff I could add. Ugh. I'm getting pretty exhausted though. I have to keep drinking my Red Bull. Hey, I got a question. Are you a pure web developer? Yes, I am. That's the first time I see a message in the chat. Boy the boy. I wonder if he's still there. Yeah, I think so. 2 viewers. Do you have any questions, by the way, boy to boy? Do you want to go into any specific direction with this app? Because I show almost nothing here. This is just a very basic application. It shows a Redux, right? I have Redux in here. I also have a server running on NodeJS. So I show all of this over here. Server. Everything written in TypeScript. Ah, you're still there. Hello, hello. So yeah, I can build anything. I mean, some things might take some more time, obviously, and we don't have all night. Yep, yep, yep. All right, cool, cool. That's what it's here about. You know, the thing is, I feel like following basic tutorials on YouTube is probably not the best way to learn the actual programming profession, because it's like there's so many more advanced questions, but also sometimes more opinionated questions, right? When you go towards more, some people like some things, and it's professionals, there's difference of opinion. And so I'm really here to give you my opinion, but I'm also here to discuss with my viewers. Let's see. I've been playing with building CRUD apps, and I struggle with connecting everything. I'm really new. How would I go about it? That's Wonder Warrior asking that question. Great question, because you know, CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete, right? So those are the common things that you might want to do. In fact, we already did a little bit of it in this chat, right? You can see that there is a piece of memory and I'm constantly creating things. I haven't edited anything yet. Actually, maybe we should make a simple CRUD. I love building a simple CRUD. So, you know, Wonder Warrior, I can give you an example by just building it. And then you have the code and you can play around with it, right? So that's as easy as it can get. The question, of course, is where do you want to deploy it? Like, do you want this to be online, I assume? You want to build an online CRUD app. But if you're okay with building it first locally and not yet deploying it, then we can just first work on the technology, because deploying it is really another step. And we can use Google. In fact, in the beginning, you can go back in this recording later. I talked about Firebase to put in your front end. It's an app development platform, right, for the front end. That's great. And then, but if you want to do CRUD, you need an API and a database as well. So that's another level. And we're going to talk about that another time, because that's really complicated. I mean, compared to what I'm going to talk about now, it's more complicated. But actually, once you see the demo and the blueprint, it's going to be pretty easy. I can actually put a database in there in like 5 lines of code. But let's not talk about that right now. Let's talk about the CRUD system. Let's build one. So we can go now from the chat to main. That's the simplest branch I have in the blueprint, right over here. And I'm gonna make a new branch, git checkout, and I'm gonna call it CRUD, because I swear that you're not the only one that needs CRUD interfaces, and everyone builds a CRUD. Oh no, it's not M. It's a branch, right there. Switch to new branch CRUD. Great. So now I can start building a CRUD system. Simple create, read, update, delete. Clear that, do a yarn start here. And I guess we have to also restart the server real quick. So you can see I always have these two environments, right? On the one side we have the server, and the other side we have the front end, the website. And those two are running on completely separate environments. And now we're gonna start off with building the front end, and it's gonna be ugly. I'm gonna make something really, really ugly, because we can do the styling afterwards, right? We have to start somewhere small. And so what we're gonna be creating, reading, and updating is just gonna be a table, right? A very basic table. Let's start with that. So we just copy the entire welcome, and I then rename to CRUD. CRUD and CRUD. Then take that, rename that too. Remove all the stuff inside, so we keep it. Actually, I don't even need padding. This is all I want. This is fine. I can leave the padding. Replace welcome, welcome. Remove all that nonsense. This, clean all this up. And CRUD. And now I can delete all these nonsense here. And even this. Really start with something completely basic. There. Wonderful. Then, now that I have this, I still need to add the button so I can go to the CRUD page. So we'll go to the index TSX, copy over this thing. Now I don't want it to be exact. I want anything that starts with CRUD. That can go here. Then I use the capitals over here. Then I have to import that component over here. Just setting it up. Now there's one thing I always like to do. I like to sort on the length of the line. I think that creates a very comfortable way to read. I don't like the alphabet is kind of irrelevant to me. I like that ending length of the line. Anyway, that doesn't matter. It's you know, the computer doesn't care what order is that you use. But yeah, programmers might care, obviously. There we go. So now route and the path is CRUD. And then I want to render my CRUD component. There we go. So this is always the base, right? Everything I just did is a complete basics of just making an empty page. That's it. That's it. So this is not this is something you would need to do always in case you want to add another page, right? And you can see that in my other branches. So if you wanted to get the chat, there's also a chat branch. That one has a chat page, right? So now we're creating the CRUD branch, and that'll have a CRUD page, right? So I'm trying to keep that structure like that so everyone can see the way that you normally would expand a web page and add a page. Okay, so that's easy. Now we have CRUD. I can close this now. We're good. And I can put this CSS on the right, split on the right. There you go. And now we have CRUD. Okay. Now, let's start with building a very simple table. Table. We have a table row filled with table headers. Let's say we have, you know, we're going to be registering someone's name and description. Like you can't have it any simpler. You're going to have a recording of name and description, and that's what we want to be creating, reading, updating, and deleting. So we also need a delete button at the end, right? So I will do, in fact, what I'll do is I think I can just do a col span at the end. Col span is 2. Later we can talk about that. I can show you later how it's done now, but that doesn't matter. So now an example is here, input. For now, I'm not going to add anything. I'm just going to have some empty inputs. And I'm also going to have the description be an input, not a text area. There it is. Now we have a name and a description. And also we need a third one for the button to delete, right? Button, delete. Create, read, update, and delete. Those are the things we want to do. I don't like this col span too, because actually we can, maybe this is fine, because yeah, this is okay. This is fine. All right, perfect. So the styling is horrible. I also need an add button, right? So let's create one more TR with a TD that has a col span of 2. And then put the button in there for adding, add. And then give delete a little. There. And again, this button right now is not that wide and everything looks ugly, but let's keep it this way and create something. By the way, so Wonder Warrior, this would be a great example, right? You want all these buttons to work. You want to be able to read the data, and you want to be able to type stuff here and it saves, right? That's, from what I understand, that's a normal CRUD interface, CRUD app, anything. Very basic. I hope I'm going into a bit of the right direction of what you were looking for. This is, in my mind, what CRUD means. Of course, you can easily change all these properties, right? But let's just make the basics. So now that we have this, we need to think about the data structure. So we're going to go to this. We're going to start off going to the types, because we need to define the types of our state. So in the state, we want to write the list of people. We want to store it here when we get it from the server. So we need a place to store it. So let's say we have export type person, and a person has a name, which will be a string, and a description, which will also be a string. There we go. And then we can say here that we have persons of people. Let's do people. People is an array of persons. That makes sense to me. Now, there's one thing though. I'm using right now an array, and that means that could be annoying. In fact, I'm going to immediately switch away from using that. I'm going to give every person an ID, because else it can get very dangerous You need an ID, because if you're relying on the index, that can be difficult, because then when you delete someone, all the indexes change, right? So it's, if you're going to use a database later, you always want to have an ID of some kind. That really makes sense. So let's add that in already. So now we have our type set for the person. We have the people here. In fact, I'm even thinking of doing this as an object instead. Shall I do it like that? Yeah, at least I want to show the example, because I think it's a better way to do updates. Okay, so sorry for my rambling. It'll get clear soon. I'll say instead of an array of persons, I do an object that has IDs, and for every ID we have a person. There. Now I automatically, so instead of having an index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have an ID, and every ID is associated with a person, and the ID is also inside of the person. Okay, anyway, we're done. We got it. We got the types defined. Now my store will be wrong, because in the store it'll say, hey, wait a minute, your initial state is wrong because the property people is missing, right? So we need to add people, and we start off with an empty object, right? People has nothing inside of it. Now the app is completely happy. Also, it does, I think you just need to wait here and refresh, and then it's happy again. Yeah, that's just because the types was updated, but the initial state wasn't. Anyway, now they're both updated, so it's fine. Good. So now it's time to make the button work for, maybe we should start with add, right? Let's make the add button work. So what does add do? Add needs to make a request to the server to create a new person. That's it. And so we have to go to, oh shit, did my music just end? Yeah, sorry, I need to keep playing it, because else my headset actually drops out. It's a weird feature that it has. Not really a feature, but anyway. So actually, let me first add a person as an example, right? To have an example person. So my ID will be whatever, some nonsense. It could be any string according to my structure. And then I have an ID, a name, and a description. Web developer Luke. And I'll repeat this ID over here just to be consistent. Right? This is how we want to have everyone in. If I save this, and then I can open it here in my Redux state. And now I can see, oh, is this the right one? Do I have to refresh? Because I see tasks and chat. That's the old one. Oh, I think I need to refresh this one. I need to activate my little Redux dev tools. And if I do that, here it is. I got the people, and I see Luke, web developer inside. Great. Now I want to make sure it renders here, right? So that's the next step. Next step, so this little button, this little row, this stands for table row, and then table, what's this? Cell? I mean, what is a TD? Data cell. Yeah, table data. Anyway, so we want to render this based on the data in our store. How do we do that? Well, we first start off with importing the data from the store using a use selector. And we want to select it from the store. There you go. So we import use selector from the store. That's a hook. And I talked a bit about hooks before. I think this was before you guys joined. But so let's do use selector, and I'm gonna select the people. Use selector, and I'm grabbing it from the state. State.people. I'm grabbing from that state, I'm grabbing the people. So I can hover over this, and you see it understands, TypeScript understands that this is gonna be an object with IDs and then persons attached to those IDs. That's great, right? So now we can go and do a object values, because I don't care about the IDs at this point. I just want to get those values out and put them in an array so that I can loop over them with a map and get every person out like this. It might look a little complicated, but it's actually really simple, especially when you see the total code. Actually, let me go full screen as well, so it's a bit more easier to read. There you go. So now I also have to make sure that we have a key. In this case, I'll just use the index as a key. There we go. So now we have the person. So let's also put the person information in here. Let's say the value of the first thing is his name, right? Person name. And the value of that second one is the person description. There. So now you can see that my code is rendered, but these are read-only. When I try to type, nothing changes because I didn't tell React what to do when to write, right? There's no onChange event on this. So that doesn't work. But at least we're now showing data, right? That's a great start. Now, and what happens when we start to type, right? Well, we want to immediately save it on the server, I guess, maybe. I mean, ooh, that could also be annoying. We might want to just update the state automatically and then sync the state dynamically with the server. Let's do it that way. So we have various options that you can hear, but let's now for now imagine that whenever I type, I want to immediately update memory here. And then I want to, at the same time, send a message to the server that says, hey, please update. I could also do a little button that says update so that only when the user actually clicks does it go to the server. It depends on how you build your interface, right? But let's make a CRUD that's very quick and always updates immediately. Let's just try to make it like that, right? But it's up to the UX developers usually to define this. Also, let me just close all this nonsense because I don't need it anymore. Oh, shit. I just accidentally dragged away my... There. Okay. Keep things clean. Good. So now, if I change this on change, what do I want to do? Well, I know that I want to save the target value. So the event target value is the new value that someone is typing in. And I want to update the person. So now I need a way to update the person, and I need a function for that, and we call that a reducer in Redux language. So Redux is a state management, and you can see we have one reducer, but this reducer is only used to update a partial state, which is more like to update the entire people or tasks and to update it all at the same time. Yeah, you can do it on blur too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's also possible. Right now I'll just do it on change as well, but on blur is a very good one to use, especially if you don't want to spam your server into the floor. But because we're localhost, we don't really care and we can do it localhost. But let's make a new reducer that does that sets a specific person. Set person I'm gonna make. So that one again, state and then action. We have a payload action. And again, if this is the very first time you ever see someone use Redux, of course it's going to look a little complicated, but it's really, in the end, if you compare it to all the ways that you could do this kind of state management, it's pretty simple. But anyway, let's say state people equals, and then I'm going to take whatever state people was before. So that's what this spread operator does. It just says, take all the properties that it had before and add it again. But now we want to add from the action, we know, let's import a person. And now I say that I'm okay with a partial person. So I'm allowing a partial person to come in, and then I will update the state. You stay with vanilla JavaScript. Yeah, hey man, you can do that. And I did that for years. But if you want to work for a professional company, they're never going to allow you to do vanilla JavaScript. And also, it can really bite. Like, it can be very frustrating to build a modern interface with vanilla JavaScript. You want something that is a bit more reactive, a bit more easy to define. But you do have to do some studying then to get there. It's not that easy. In fact, I think learning vanilla JavaScript is super valuable. You should definitely do it because with that vanilla base, it'll make you more powerful. But remember, these spread operators, this is vanilla JavaScript. Like the spread operator is vanilla JavaScript. So you can still see me use a lot of vanilla stuff in here. Anyway, and I stay completely vanilla in Node.js side. So if you want to do vanilla JavaScript, I would recommend API development only. Because for front-end, it's almost impossible, but for API, it's very possible. Okay, so, but we'll get to the API soon. And that API is very cool and very easy to do. Wonder Warrior is going to see some very simple code over there. But okay, we have state people. We have kept the state exactly the same because we said the state contains everything it used to contain. But now we're going to override it. We're going to say the action payload ID is going to be updated, and we're again gonna repeat the same state people action payload ID. So what this really means is I want to keep the same ID that I used to have. I want to keep the person the same as much as possible, but I now want to also add the rest of the properties that are in the action payload. There. So this is a partial update. Now the thing is, it is crying now, this code, because it says, hey, wait a minute, you really need to have an ID. Like if this is undefined, then this whole code crashes, right? It doesn't work. So actually what I'll do is I'll just say, if we don't have an action ID, let's just stop. Right? So now I'm basically forcing someone who wants to use setPerson. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, of course I can do that. That's super easy to do, boy to boy. In fact, I do WebSockets all the time. I wanted to start off without, but I think in my chat application I will replace the XHR request, the fetch request I do, which is XHR, with a WebSocket for sure. But let's first finish the CRUD, because this is already getting really complicated. So someone who says, "Oh, give me a CRUD," and then he sees this, but the thing is, this is a very efficient way of updating a single person in the list of people, right? We're keeping things as much as we can the same, and then we're dynamically adding the payload and overwriting it, and you need to give an ID. Okay, so how does this get used? Because this is really the technical side of it. How do we look at it when we're here, right? We're in this input. We know that we have this new value for the name. How do we update it? So now we need to get two other values. We need to get first the use dispatch hook, and we need the actions, because that way we can dispatch new actions to the store and store information, right? So we can do const dispatch is use dispatch, and then over here we can say dispatch. Dispatch actions dot set person, right? And now this is the critical part. I need to give two things. I need to give the ID always, right? And then any other value that I want, and I can think of any value. So let's start off with person dot ID. We want that to be the same. And then in this case, we want to update the name to the eTarget value. There we go. Now we have updated the name. I think this could go horribly wrong. Let's refresh because we changed the store. Yeah, see? Now whatever I type is the thing. It was complicated to get there. I wouldn't disagree. But now you can see constantly, if I go to the action payload, you can see if I type A, B, C, you can see A, B, C. The payload is being sent under the type store set person with the payload with the ID and the name. And then in the end, we end up with a new state with the description being the same all the time, but the name is updated now towards the latest value. So great. And now we can keep using set person everywhere, right? So we can just take this whole thing, this whole input, paste it over here, just change the word name to description, and we're done. Now that one works as well. Very simple CRUD system is what we're trying to build here. Now with delete, it's even more interesting because delete, there's a couple ways to do delete. I like that we add another value, for instance, called status, and we just add the status removed. And then later on the API side, we will actually remove them from the database. But in the front end, we will keep them. We will still have them in memory while the page hasn't been refreshed. And we will have the status deleted. So, and the reason I do that is because then you can more easily dynamically update everything. If I want to send to all the people in the company that are watching on the website in real time that a person just has been deleted, I can just update the status. It's much easier to still have that person exist in memory then and to add a little bit of data to it than to actually remove them. Removing people can be very complicated. It's better to just wait until they refresh the app to really remove them, right? So you remove them from the database, but you don't remove them from the front end. But this is like a very complicated trick, but I'll show you how it's done. Right, so first of all, if you want to remove people, we start saying, okay, we have an ID, we have also a status, and status can be a string for now. That's it. Also, again, I like to order on length. Looks nice. Good. So we have status added, And then of course it's going to cry because it's like, hey, Luke doesn't have a status. So let me add a status real quick. Luke has an empty status at this point. Good. So now it's happy again. And now what we do, we can just take this dispatch, hover over delete. Oh, we have to do an on click, of course, on click. And then we say status removed. There you go. So now I say status removed. And this is the key thing. That was easy to do because it was just like adding data. So we don't need to create any logic for removing here. We can just add data. But now we need to do one small thing, which is that when we're looping over these people to create this map, we need to make sure that if the user was removed, we don't render them. That's the critical part. You could even do it with CSS, that you hide them, you fade them away or something. You do all that kind of crazy stuff. But for now, we're gonna just do the simple thing, which is to say if a person status is removed, then you return null. There you go. And now in the other cases, we just continue with what we normally do, which is to return the entire object. This is a great way of doing deletion. Okay, so now let's see. Now Luke is gone. And I can't add anymore because my add button doesn't work yet. Oops. Anyway, so now we can do that. We can add an add button. But this is also interesting because for now, adding should actually be done in the API because an ID should never be generated on the front end. But usually, actually, some companies use CIDs, client IDs for that, and then replace the client IDs later with actual IDs in the API. There's all kinds of ways to do it. What I would recommend is that you just say add, then it goes to the server. It tells the server, please add one. The server adds one, and then you just edit from there on. In fact, let's do it that way now as well, because I don't want to teach people the wrong approach with this client ID bullshit. Let's do it the right way, right? So the right way now is to, first of all, let me just refresh, then I get my Luke back, right? I'm back again. Because again, I'm not saved on the server. That's what we're going to do now. We're going to make sure that this stuff is stored. Okay, so in fact, I have the best example for this for now will be the CRUD interface, or the interface I made for the chat in the chat thing here. I even added in the server, I added already a little piece of code. See how easy this is? Anyway, but I'll do it again because else it's like, you know, else it's a bit complicated to follow if I just start copy pasting values. And it's actually, we're really close to the end now. So I'm maybe Wonder Warrior already left, I'm not sure, but it's good to have a CRUD anyway, so I'll build it anyway. But it's, we're almost there. So we do if URL index of, hey, he's still here. That's great. So if the index of is a person, shall we do person? I guess I will just do people. I'm not going to use the CRUD methods. There is also HTTP methods for update and delete, and I don't like using any of that. I'm really not against REST interfaces and all that nonsense. I think you should just write your code as clean as possible, and that code is not always clean. So let's keep it very simple here. Let's say if the index of people is 0, then I can do something. And in this case, if there was a body posted, oh, what do we want to do? You know what? I mean, there's so many ways to do it, guys. We could perhaps like post the entire thing. Let's say that maybe when you're updating, you're always only updating a single person. Let's do it like that. So that means let's first create some memory then. Let's go get that person from here and shove them into here. So now I want to know that type person. And then I want to save in my data here. I want to save, let's call it memory or my fake database, right? Database equals an object. And then I have the IDs here. And then a person, oh, sorry. I need to first say this is an object. There we go. So I say the ID is a string and attached is a person, right? That's what this object is like. this database. Great. Why does it cry, by the way? Database is signed, but the value is never used. Yeah, of course. Okay, we're going to use that value right now. So here is people. And I want to update for the, if a body came in. So let's say if a body came in, then I want to say the database body ID equals that body. That's a way to completely say, like, if I send an update of a person, then we update that person in the database. That's it. In fact, this is so small we can put it on a one-liner. And then whenever someone wants to download the whole database, then that's what we normally give back. There you go. Look at this, 4 lines of code. This is my API. So I told you already, boy, if you like vanilla JavaScript, API development is what you want to do. Look at all this vanilla JavaScript. There's not a single non-vanilla piece here. There's not a single library being imported that is not part of the base of Node.js. It's super, super simple. But mind you that most people in API development of Node.js use React, and that is as far away from vanilla as you can be. Okay, so we have a database of people. When we request the people, we get that database always back, and if we give a body, then it also will update that body. But there was one exception that we made, I remember. If that body status was deleted, then we actually wanted to delete the user. Database body ID. There you go. Now he's actually being really deleted. That was a little exception that I almost forgot. There. Now we are GDRP safe. Anyway, let's see if this works. I don't know if this is gonna work. I assume it will, but so we restart the server, make sure it works. Seems to be running. Great. And now we can implement our API. Luckily, I think I already had some piece of API hook. Here, I had a use API hook already for getting the tasks, which was some nonsense thing that I don't need anymore, but doesn't matter. I'll keep it. I'll just copy it in this case. And now I'm going to call this one set person, right? Because we want to, or maybe, yeah, sure. We can do set person. It's fine. And then what we promise, we don't promise anything. We don't promise anything. We don't give anything back with this function. We go to, did I make it people? I think we made it people. Then with a post, I know that. And then the body will depend on, I guess we need to give the person that we want to update here, right? So, and this is optional. You don't need to give that person. So if we have a person, then we shove it in here with JSON stringify person. Or we just do nothing, right? So you remember we always write JSON, right? So if we have a person, we stringify the person. And if we don't have a person, we just send null. Okay, so now we know that we always send something to the post, to people, and we can send optionally a person. Great. Then of course this will fail because we're not returning. Why do we stringify JSON? So normally this is not JSON at all. This is an actual object, right? So we need to turn that object into a string version of JavaScript, like a single string, to send it over the internet to the API, right? So we can't be sending complex objects, because complex objects, like if I go into my website here, and I can create really complicated objects. I can say let x equals an object where this is some kind of function, and that function console logs 2, and you know, like this kind of stuff, right? This is a complicated object. That's not JSON. Like for JSON, we need something that's more like, because if I actually try to JSON stringify it, I wonder what happens if I try to JSON stringify it. See, it doesn't even take the function, because a function is not part of the JSON specification, right? JSON can only take things that are simple. Like if I say a is 1 and I JSON stringify that, see, that works. And it turns that object that used to be this thing into a single string that I can send to the backend. And in the backend, what I can do JSON parse. So that's how you can get, that's how you can even put them together, right? So now I took that X, I stringified it, then I parsed it again, and I got that X out again, right? So that's how it actually works. The stringifying is happening on the website, the parsing is happening on the server, and that's how I turn this object on the front end into an object in the back end. So it goes through the internet, an XHR request, and then it, yeah, that's how it gets parsed and stringified. By the way, if you want to do this in Java, it takes you like 80 lines of code. It's fucking crazy. But in JavaScript, obviously, because it's JavaScript object notation, it's built into the language. So it's much easier. Okay, so now we get this is gone. Set person is here. Let's finish it off. We have a API request now. We can optionally give it a person. Then we stringify that person and send it to the API. Else we don't send anything. We get something back. Oh, we don't want to return it. I know we don't want to return it. We just want to dispatch this. In fact, we always get the entire database back of every person in the whole database. So what we can do is we can say dispatch actions set. And then we can say people is the await JSON. There we go. This is what we can do. Now, of course, do remember that we currently don't have, we haven't imported from the store our dispatch yet, or use dispatch. We need to get it from, oh, it doesn't even show it. Use dispatch in actions from store. There. That's what we need. So now, and then we say const dispatch is use dispatch. We always need to import it like this. It's always the same, right? Use dispatch in actions. Those you need to talk to the store, both of them. Use dispatch you use to create the dispatch function, and then actions because that contains your list of things you can do, like set and set person, right? In this case, we wanted to do set. So I need that function. So there you go. We got a dispatch, and now it will cry here because it says, hey, you're using dispatch, but you're not writing it as a dependency on this callback. So I have to add it here. Dispatch. Great. Now we got it. And now I can, what? What does dispatch do? Yeah, so dispatch is what the Redux receives. These are all dispatches, actions that are dispatched to the Redux store. And the Redux store, we use that in order to, in any component or hook, we can load in our front-end data. So it's our front-end database. That's how you, in fact, there's also another way to look at this. I just want to quickly show you guys this. Like you can go here and change, let's see, where is it? Change to chart. Now you can really see what the data is like in the front end. Right? So you can see data being stored here. Oh, this is under blueprints. This was my old website. This is the new one. Let me put here the chart. So you can see there's people 121, and then here you can see Luke. And if I change this, right, you can see the little LED lights up, right, whenever I make a change. And if I, that just deletes the status. Anyway, so later we'll see more how this changes when we're actually adding people. We're almost there, by the way, so it's going really well. Perfect. Also, I was thinking, now we want to make sure in the API that when I use this thing, that I can also create a new person. Right, that was a really critical thing that we definitely wanted. So let's go to the index of the server and do that last little bit. So normally we want to use body ID here, but we want to say if body ID, if there is no body ID, then the body ID is math random. Or actually it needs to be a string. So just put it in a string, math.random. There it is. Perfect. So now this is how you're supposed to do it, right? Because in the backend, you can't rely on the front end to tell you what ID it is normally, right? Because that would be a security leak. Like the backend needs to create the IDs. So that's why, I mean, in this case, it's a bit of a demo environment, so it wouldn't really matter. But I just want to, you know, have people understand that ID should always be generated on the backend. So now we say if there is no ID, then we know that it's supposed to be a new person. So then we generate the ID ourselves, and then we set that person in here. That's it. Okay, great. And also, I guess what we could do Nah, never mind. Let's keep going. So let's restart the server because we just made some changes and I don't have an automatic restart in it yet. Great, we restarted the server and now we can do the final bit, which is that when we click on the add button, for instance. First of all, do we have the use API? No, we don't have it yet. So let's import it. Use API. Boom, there it is. Then we have to initiate it over here. Const set person is use API. There we go. So now we have the set person function and we can execute it and give a person. So when we add, when you click on that button, you want to set a person. We don't have to set an ID because we know that we generated on the backend. So we can do status is empty, name is empty, and description is empty. As an example. Oh, wait, it's crying, right? Because it wants a whole person. Yeah, it wants an ID. Okay, sorry. Then we need to change that right now because we don't always give an entire person. So we say it's a partial person. Programmers are weird. Like, how can this be normal language? Like, I want a partial person. But yes, that is what we want. See, and now it's no longer crying. It's happy, but even though I don't give it an ID, it's like, it's fine. You only needed a partial person anyway, so it's okay. Great, let's see if this works, because now it means if I click add. Okay, oh, that was interesting. So it didn't work the first time because Luke is of course not saved in the backend. It's only saved in the front end. So I need to actually move this Luke over here. We don't want you here. We want you in the API. In fact, let me just not add it at all. We can start empty. No, let me add it in the API, just so you have some demo data to look at, right? Might be nice. So we can say by default, when I reload the whole server, the initial object will contain Luke. There you go. Now I just have to restart the API again. But if I now refresh, it will say nothing because remember, we're not loading the API from the beginning. So we need to still do that. So let's do that over here. Because remember, when you do the set person, it will also, if you don't give a person, it's fine. It doesn't complain about that. It will just load the other persons. So it's very simple. So we can just do set person, give no argument to it. There we go. And this hook only executes when the component loads. So it only executes once. So now when I refresh, oh, I don't see it. I expected to see it. What is happening? Let's see what's going wrong. Network. Oh, 500 error. Why are we dead? Internal server error even. That's not comfortable. Oh, what's this? What's happening? Cannot read property ID of null in index 32. Ah, of course. Okay, so here it checks for body, but body doesn't exist. So we have to say, let me clean it up. Let's say if there is no body, then we just return the database right away. There you go. Now we don't have to worry, don't have to check whether body exists anymore. We can just always assume it. There we go. That's a bit of a cleaner code. And by the way, you'll see this in my code a lot. Like, I almost never do this. This is what other programmers would do. They would say, okay, if body, then they would put their whole thing here and they would tab all of this in. Right? Like this. But this is a horrible way to program because you're doing like if, and the list of ifs goes so deep and then you don't know where you have to, like, if this, imagine this gets really long and you have to try to decode where exactly you open and you start your ifs, right? And then you have to use a bunch of else, right? Like, it's horrible. If you just do the opposite, right? If there is nobody, then you're immediately done. Return. If, return. If, return. If, return. Then you have really clean code. So that's, I always recommend people to try to do that as much as possible. Okay, good. Now we've restarted it. My server is no longer in need of crashing. Let's restart it. Clear. Run the server again. And let's see if it's now happy to load my data. Yeah, it's happy. And then I can type A, B, C, D, E. And if I refresh, oh, my data's gone. Why was it throwing an error again? Oh wait, it's not saving yet. Oh, of course, we talked about this. Hey, you wanted to do it on blur, right? That was an interesting one. If you do ifs this way, do you need to always short return to prevent a bug? Yeah, you need to be very careful, but then again, you know, you need to be careful always in programming. I don't think it's any. You don't. Yeah, if you do an if and you don't do a return, that's fine, but then you have to understand that, you know, the other stuff will execute. And sometimes if you want to have the other stuff be the else, so to speak, then you need to return because you don't want the else to execute if the if executed. Anyway, so that it's just a clean way of programming, but of course you do need to understand when or when not to use return. But the main idea, by the way, in the code is that the way you write is that as soon as there is an edge case, you want to say return. So if there is no body, that's an edge case. I don't want to be dealing with that situation anymore. So then I just say return the database, go and have fun. And now from this moment onwards, I can forget that edge case. I know that everything below here has a body. So I don't need to worry about accidentally forgetting that I might not have a body anymore. Right? And so it's the same everywhere where you have returns. It's like you're taking away all the edge cases until what remains is only the main thing that you want to be dealing with in your function. It's a nice way to think. And it's not a normal way to think. Most people as human beings, we don't think like that. We usually keep the edge cases in our mind the whole time. The goal is to remove those edge cases as you program. And you end up with much cleaner code. But okay, that's just a very deep philosophical thing. Let's try to stay practical too, and type some stuff. We want to make sure that for now, I'm gonna just say if anything ever changes in this data, we're immediately just gonna save that person. Let's just say it like that, right? Like it's not. I think on blur is also really interesting. In fact, now that I think about it, Luke, on blur is better, right? But what if you stay? What if you type something and you just wait? Then it wouldn't save until you blur. I don't like that. I don't like that. You know what? I don't care. We're gonna spam the interface. I don't care. Let's spam the interface. Spam the API, I mean. I like spamming. So we're going to set the person every time we do a dispatch with that new person that we're setting. Oh, wait a minute. We don't know yet what that person is, right? We haven't returned this yet. Is this a, see, this thing does not create a promise. So when we update this, it's not yet updated. Oh, that could be frustrating. I think what we maybe need to do then, or we listen to the state change for person, but then we only get the whole state. We don't know specifically what changed the individual. There's another trick we can do, which is to make a copy of the person himself. Yeah, let's do that. That's actually super easy to do. Yes. Okay, let's do that. It's not the most amazing code, but we'll do it. Set person, and we give the current person, but we do update the name to the e-target value here too. There we go. There, we do it here, and we do it here, but here we do it with description. There. Oh, and we need to also save it when they're deleted, of course. Almost forgot. Status is removed. Ah, my music killed itself again. All right. This should now save every time we make a change. And that is a lot of spamming. Oh, look at how much you're spamming this database. But everything is saved. And I can add and I can delete. Oh, did it delete the right one? Oh yeah, it did. It did. It's fine. Yeah, that's correct. Good. So this is a create, read, update, delete on the server with a front-end interface. It took a little bit more time than I imagined it would take. And also, there's one thing I noticed, like, what if you really spam the shit out of this, right? I mean, this is localhost, so it immediately responds, but that's not always the case. So there's one thing I want to kind of show you guys. This is pretty advanced, but it's something that's called, I almost forgot the name. It's some interrupt or something. Wait, let me first try to get this half showing. It has to do with an XHR request that you want to do an interrupt on the fetch. Abort, yeah, but no, it's not an abort. It's an interruption signal. It's with a signal. Signal, XHR signal. Aborting a fetch request. I need this abort controller. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if any of you have ever worked with an abort controller, but it's really nice. Like, using an abort controller makes so much sense in this case. They're a little bit cumbersome to use. Where is this person doing the fetch? Probably in use Pokemon. So he gives the signal. Here's an abort controller. Why is he loading it from XHR? That's weird. XHR, it's a global. I guess this might be a little bit too complicated to add, but I'll add it anyway because I do think it's nice to show a good piece of help. Like, if you're doing multiple requests, you might only want one of them to continue, so that one has to finish before the next one, or sorry, that one gets cancelled until one is completely finished. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So anyway, let's get it done. Let's write it in. We have to make a new abort controller. Let's see, how is this done? This guy does new abort controller. I think I want to do a use ref. Abort is use ref. New abort controller. I think this should be fine. Okay. And then controller. Where does he do it? Controller abort. Yeah, that's fine. Controller signal and controller abort. Yeah, okay, that's it. So here you want to have a signal, which would be the abort dot current dot signal. Wow, this stuff is too complicated, but oh well. Abort dot current abort, and then we also say something like if. I don't even think we need that. I think this is enough. This is fine. And I think now it should be completely ready. So if I did I restart the server? Why is it empty? Oh, yeah, now it aborts right away. I guess we need to say only if we have a previous XHR. Or do we need to create a new one? Ah, right. If abort current abort this, then we clean out the current. We have to say it's allowed to be that way. Wow. Okay, I should have thought a bit more about it before I started immediately implementing it, because it's like it's not the way. This needs to start as a null. Then it gets instantiated here. Yeah, this should be correct. Yeah. And now if I type really quickly, come on, really quickly. Oh, none of them get cancelled. I guess what I could do is I could artificially slow down the API in order to show what would happen if I type really quickly in an API that doesn't like to, because it's just too fast, right? Like, because it's localhost, so it's literally zero lag between the parts. So let me just fake a little bit of slowness by doing a this is an async function, right? Yeah, it's an async function. So I can do a little await, new promise, resolve, set timeout, 1 second. Oh, that's pretty slow. Let's say 200 milliseconds. So now we execute resolve after 200 milliseconds, and the code will be waiting for it. And if there is no body, it's fine. But if there is a body, it will wait. Great. Oof. Ah, definitely. You can see some slowness. See, and now, see what happened? When I was typing all these letters, it canceled them until the last one was sent. That one had enough time, 200 milliseconds, to actually return and save my data. And this is how you would handle a spamming server. Because now you're not waiting for each of these to go through. And in fact, if you do that, it could be an issue because sometimes one of the two requests could come back faster than the other and stuff like this. So you want on the client side to always only have one request outgoing at the time. This is the key to doing that. But it's super complicated. I mean, that's why it's actually maybe good that I did it, because you know, it's not very natural for people to be using a ref already at the beginning stages, because this hook is one of the most misunderstood hooks there is in React. And then you have this abort current and this whole situation. Okay, but that was it. So now we can commit. We've made our branch, our new CRUD. We say feed CRUD interface. Publish that branch, and now Wonder Warrior, you have your code baked fresh from the baker. It is right here. Enjoy. The blueprint. An Apex blueprint right for you. This is the first stream, by the way, for Apex blueprints. I hope to be doing this a bit more for people. Just try to help them get the code along with the structure that I like. You know, everything TypeScript. Ay, ay, ay. As I don't think... Do you guys sometimes see like programmers program for like 4 to 8 hours, like on a stream? I've never looked at a programmer do that, so I was like, could be exciting to have a person do this. I'm now on 3.5 hours. I need to put a new coffee. I hope so. I mean, it's a kind of content that I think in university you don't really get that. You don't, you know, they give you theoretical tests. They don't know anything about. No, I don't use Next.js. I know it's fine, it's good. It's just one of those libraries. It's fine. You can use it. I don't use it. I use React with Redux, just as I show you. This is exactly what I do. So far, I haven't really found any need to use Next.js. But it's not bad, and actually this is very much industry standard. You see it everywhere, so you can learn it. So is there anything else that people would like to see? I could maybe add some better styling to this thing. I mean, it is horrendously styled. This is just... There's no styling whatsoever. I mean, all I did is add like padding or something. This is... Oh yeah, this is pretty shitty code. What would I do to improve this, right? Maybe we make it full screen. Does that also stretch out everything or not? Oh, CRUD itself is not even with 100%. Wow. Oh, this is horrendous. But the TDs are fine. Yeah, so it's just the inputs that need to be also with 100% then. Yeah, that's not bad, I guess. Let's remove the border. Keep them a bit cleaner. Do the height 100% too, I guess. Oh, yeah, it doesn't understand. I guess we can do it as 2 rem or something. I like a bit of a fatter input box. And then the line height can also be 2 rem. And then we have to also add some padding to the left and the right, else I can't breathe, right? You feel that claustrophobic spacing. A little bit more spacing will help a lot. That looks already a bit nicer. And the buttons are also really horrendous. We have to put the appearance on none, because then they stop looking like those weird squares. Now they look even worse for a while, but at least we can now style them properly. Remove the border again, put the height on 2 rem, like everything else. And then maybe we can have them consistently the same width, all of them. That looks a little more acceptable. Maybe. And I guess we want to do this last TR, this button. I mean, there's multiple ways to do it. I think one way to do it is to say, I look for a TD with the call span of 2. And that button that's inside of there is with 100%. Yeah, you could do that. And then the background would be green. Color white. I'm not a good designer. I give up. Background red. Color white. Yeah, look at that. Look at that beautiful CRUD interface. And now you can use those mix-ins, right? Those great mix-ins that SCSS provides, where you say the background becomes darken red by 5 when I hover over it. See, now it darkens a little. And I need to have the cursor, of course, become a pointer. Is there anything else you guys would like to see, by the way? Because I can, of course, bake anything here. I've already made 1,000,000 of these interfaces. I kind of run out of inspiration at this point. That's kind of why I work. I always need people to come up with the stuff I need to build, because I just run out of ideas. So there, we get a little hover effect. It's nice. On the red, on the green. Nice, nice. Very good. Oh, this focus is horrendous. We need to immediately clean out that focus. On focus, I think actually we can just call it outline 0. That would be enough. That'll clear it. Yeah, it's fine. And now maybe the opacity should be like 9.5, and then when I focus on it or I hover, then the opacity goes back to 1. See, now you have that slight little light effect when I hover. It's kind of nice. It's very light, but I think it's fine. Some people will see it more intensely than others. Then the TH, I don't like it that it's middle. Let's do the text line left. I know the standard default browser behavior is middle, but I like left more. And I also feel like instead of using white, we should be using dark. Right? I mean, why? Dark is way better for this. Let's take dark, which is I think the normal background color, and darken that by 5 and see. Oh, I forgot the semicolon. Sorry, browser. Yeah, that's better. And then of course the color white. There. That's much better. Yeah, dark mode all the way, guys. Always, always, always. I think this color might be, the font weight is actually frustrating me. Like, let's put that on 400. Nah, it's too much. It's still too much. How about color on something light grayish? That's better. Is the line height the same? 2 rem? Ah, that's what I was missing. It needed some line height. Yeah, I guess it's okay. Let's see. Switch. Three and a half hours. What else is there to do? We got the CRUD done. Separate branch. It has some styling. Could add some description for each of these. But I like it, you know, one stream, added a branch. Maybe I could do like 1 or 2 branches. Could make an API for others to consume when the data is entered. What does that mean? An API for others to consume when data is entered. Oh, okay. Oh, right. It kind of, instead of having to pull it, that they kind of get pushed. Maybe that they get real-time updates or something crazy like that. That could be fun to do. You could also just simply spam the API. Real-time would be cool, and that is nice. Although people often underestimate the power of just spamming the hell out of your API, right? You could simply, right, if you want to have an update every time, although it could be frustrating too, because look, if I'm typing this name, and while I'm typing it, an update comes through that messes with this, that'd be very frustrating. So I guess what we're looking for is an update when it's real time that only updates a single person. You don't want to have constantly everyone updated. We could do some real time stuff. Real time is really fun to do. And WebSockets are easy to implement, easier than people realize. Often, not always, but often. But we definitely would need to use WS. Yeah. Ooh, real-time CRUD. All right. Well, it's not easy, but let's check. So we need WS WebSockets, right, from npm. And then we need to let's see, how's it doing? Coverage 100%, passing. That's good. All right, everything is nice. Usage examples, let's do that. So it seems pretty simple. This is the server. Simple server, that's what I want. External HTTP server, what's that? We don't need to do that. We can just type it very simply. Oh wait, no, we do need the server because we need that connection to be added on top of an already existing server, kind of critical. But we don't need HTTPS, so we definitely want to do it like this, but without the HTTPS. Yeah, we don't need to think about the server. This is fine. Good, so let's do it. Let's go to index, let's go to the server. The server we create over here, this one. So now I would just say const server. Then we add this stuff to it. We import from the top. We do now need to add WS. I don't think WS right now is added, so let's add it. npm install WS. All right, that should be good now. And then here we have the server. We don't need this anymore because we got the server now already. Then the WebSocket server WSS is added like this, and then we have the connection. We don't need this connection. We can update this to be correct, like that. And then on message, I always like using lambda functions more. They're cleaner. There. So now we say we received a message. I don't know why it does that. We can just do it like this. Received data. Done. Send something. Great. Now, of course, we will turn this into JSON, everything, but we can just start off like this and see if it works out. Run the server. Good. Now we want to have a simple example here. Yep, there it is. For the API side. Well, lambda is when you do this, right? And normal functions is when you do this. And they're identical. I mean, there's one change, I think, if you have console log arguments. But if you never use this, then you're fine. And you should just use this one instead of this one. Also, another difference is that in lambda function, you don't even need to give a body. You can also immediately give a value, and that would then be the return value. Thus, that would be the same as writing this. So see how much shorter that is compared to this, right? Oh, and of course you have to give it a name, so right. So function high, and this one you would do it like this. So these are identical now, but it's really it's a stylistic difference. Really, it's just a stylistic. It's just to make your code look a little different. Right? You see how short this becomes, right? I like that. But you know, if you're still on the level where you're learning to not make mistakes to the computer, if that's the level where you're at, then I would say don't worry about whether you write functions in lambda or not, right? That's all irrelevant. Just try to make sure the computer is happy with the stuff you write. Only after the computer is happy with the stuff you write, you learn how to make sure other people are happy with the stuff you write, right? That's the senior level. That's when you go beyond junior. You want to make sure that people who read your code think, oh, nice, this code is clean. I like this code. And that's also the problem of being a junior, is that your code will be harder to read, and you're also less capable of reading hard code. So it's double difficult. And when you're really professional, when you're like super senior, you're better able to understand complicated code, but your code will also be simpler. So you get double the advantage, right? It's yeah, once you get to that higher level, programming becomes super relaxing and it's not complicated at all. But you do need to travel that mountain first, and it's quite a mountain. I mean, it took me 20 years. I'm 29 now, and I started at like 9 years old. So yeah, sending and receiving data, we got this. But then again, you know, the industry has changed while I was learning it. So that's why I always tell people, if you're starting now or you're a junior now, you have a much easier time than you had when you started younger, because you used to not have these wonderful tools. I mean, we didn't even have Chrome. We didn't even have console log. Like, I had to do alert, and it would pop up as an alert on the screen. Like, that's the way you had to debug your apps, man. It was horrendous, and there was frame sets, and you didn't have any React or WebSockets or cool stuff. Anyway, let me not get distracted. Let me make sure that we need to send and receive data. So we want to use the API, I guess, to also include WebSocket stuff. So we also need to import WS on the front end. Let me do that now. npm install WS. Thank you. And then, so we have WS now. Let's make sure we import that on top here. Then here we know that, oh, wait a minute. Why does it have path actually? So in the environment variables, we have this thing called process React app API URL, which is great. That is a good start. But we just want to replace the HTTP with WS, I guess. But it's also frustrating. I guess let's do this properly, right? Let's look at the end file, because we want to make sure that if it's HTTPS that we also do it correctly. So there is another trick we can use. Let's do that. We take an empty string over here and we split it by forward slashes. And now we can see that the first part is the part we want to exchange. So we want to say splice. Let's see, what does splice do? Splice has a start number. Then you say how many you want to delete. And I think then you can say what you want to add. Nope. I mean, oh, that is correct. Ah, that is correct. However, we need to first save it. So we need to say let x is this, x splice, and now x is correct. Yeah, that's it. It's not easy. It's not easy. And also this needs to depend on what it was spliced. Oof, complicated. What can be done? So let's do it. Let's do it. It's not like the reason I want to do it like this, because then if somebody changes the environment variable, you immediately change everything. So it's much nice. It's much easier to work with in the end. But this code does look a little more daunting. But let's do it. So we say a const WS URL equals, and now we take from this the process env React app API URL. So we take the API URL as a string, we split it. That's great. Although, yeah, now I would have to. Let's make it super functional and keep writing as a functional programming. So we just write a map. I mean, this is way too much. I would never do this normally. I mean, I guess I could do it normally, but I mean, other programmers might not like you too much if you do this kind of stuff. Because now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna return the. It depends on the index. If the index is null, then I have to verify. Okay, so let's write it like this. If index is higher than null or is not null, then we're just going to return whatever the part was. And if it is, so now it is null because we returned the other functions. So now we can check if the part equals HTTPS, then we return WSS. And actually, this can be a ternary where we know it's going to either be HTTPS or WS. There it is. This is yeah, this code is interesting. And now we join it back again with that /. I think this actually creates our URL. Let's double check. That is an interesting way to do it. WS, yes, it did it correctly. Could not find declaration file for WS. Oh no, try npm install types for WS. Yes, I will try that. So because I'm using TypeScript and this is a JavaScript library, only JavaScript apparently, I need to actually install the types still. So let me go do that. There we go. Now we are in start. Man, this code is a little, I went a little overboard, I have to say. I went a little overboard, but it works. See, it has a WS. It's very nice. And if it would have been HTTPS, then it would have had WSS. So that's WebSocket secure, right? So you're always making sure you're sticking to whatever that part is. Splitting, mapping, and joining all in one after each other. It's kind of cool. I like that stuff. All right, so now we have a new WS, which is based on the WS URL. We have no path though, but that's fine for now. And then we have an on open and on message. Great. Let's see if this actually works. What do we want to do here? Because the API needs to. How do you even? Maybe you don't want to do it in the API. Maybe you want to do it in the. Where would you want to do this, right? You want to have a real-time update coming from a person, so you know when a person is updated, and then you want to dispatch. Yeah, that should all be done inside of here, and that can also all be done in a use effect. Yes, that's no problem. So we have a use effect. We shove all this stuff in, and we make sure there's no dependencies whatsoever, so it only executes once. And also we might want to close, so we return a cleanup function, right? So this function is what happens when we load, and then when we unload, when we unmount the component, we want to clean up we want to close it. Or is there a destroy? No, then we just want to close it. So now we open it and we close it correctly. That's very important. I think we've done both now correctly. Yeah, should be good. Now, do we get any messages? WS does not work in the browser. Browser clients must use the native WebSocket. Oh, right. Shit, I've completely forgot that you don't need that because WebSocket is already a native. It's a native thing. So actually now I need to go and remove it. npm remove WS. Completely forgot about that. That's stupid. And also remember those types I added? I need to remove those as well. Remove the types. My bad, my bad, my bad. What happens when you don't close? Well, then every time you reload the component, it opens, it opens, it opens, it opens, and it never closes any of them, meaning that you're gonna just receive, you know, more and more and more real-time updates from your server every time someone goes to the page and back. And that's a real problem when you do event stuff, right? Like you have to, when you start listening for an event, you always have to make sure you also stop listening at the right time, because the event every time you do an effect, right? That's why they call the cleanup function, right? This is the function that does something, and then if you want to undo that, you return a function that cleans it up. That's why this is called, the return function is called the cleanup function for an event, for an effect. So use effect has both of those. And it's very nice to always think about, okay, if I'm listening for anything here, so I do on, or I do add event listener, then I have to here do the opposite, right? Off or close or stop it or end. Right? You need to think about what to do. But why is it throwing an error? On does not exist. Why not? Let's double check with the MDN MDN event WebSockets. There must be some normal piece of code that I could use. Ah, it is an add event listener. See, the on is for the it's only for WS. If you want to use normal browser stuff, which I definitely want to, then you need to use add event listener. Add event listener. But the rest is the same. And again, we can just do lambda function again, because those are cleaner. There we go. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, people love WebSockets, but WebSockets are sometimes not the most reliable. Like, they can break, and now you need to think about what if it breaks, then you have to reconnect and create the object again. Okay, look, we're getting an object message event, which is interesting, and I think that it's just because of this weird thing. What if we don't do that? See, this is better. Like, why does it even try to turn it into a string? So now we know that. Where is the data? Data, there it is. Data. So this is not data, this is a message. And this is what we want to read is the message.data. There you go. Received something. And on the other side, we say received buffer. Oh, God. All right, so the server is a little weird. Let's clean this up. Let's first close the others, and then let's open the server. So this is interesting. Received a buffer. I think that we can just turn this into a string, right? That should be fine. Let's just assume that we're always going to write JSON to each other, right? We can assume that. I think we can assume that. So, sorry, then it's parse. JSON parse the data. I think that should be fine. So now we received that. And now when we send something, we also want to send JSON. So we do JSON stringify hello 1. There. So we have that working. Restart the server. And the API, it says, oh, it sends something. That's not good. We want to JSON stringify hello from website true. Let's see. Does it work? Connection failed. Failed. And we completely crashed over here. Cannot find module WS or its corresponding type declarations. Oh shit, I forgot. When you add a npm install, it installs it because I share the same package JSON for both the server and the client. I need to make sure not to remove it. This is kind of stupid. All right, we'll just install WS again. And also the types. I definitely want the types. Where are the types? Oh shit, those are not here. npm install types ws. That should be fine. And now we can run the server again. See if it's happy. We want to be receiving JSON. Oh, it instantly crashed. Why? Buffer is not assignable to type string. Yeah, that's a problem. So a buffer, somehow the server keeps thinking of this as a buffer and it doesn't want to convert it that easily to a string. So what if we just do console log data to string? Because it is supposed to be a buffer. Because I'm wondering now if it is really a, if it's even convertible, so to speak. Okay, it's running. Hey, so it's fine. You just need to do toString. That's all we need. toString. There we go. So now we receive a parsed JSON object and we send a stringified JSON object. So we do both. And this is the server again. So now here we receive it also properly, but there we don't parse it yet, right? We just say received. Oh, what's this? toString does not exist on type buffer. Oh, I forgot the capital. To string. There we go. Hello one received from website. Great. And now the website needs to still parse it. And then we're there. Then we have communication. We have communication. JSON parse. Message data. Good. So we receive it and we get it. And both are parsed in JSON and everything works. So now we need to convert this, or we need to just implement the WebSocket to properly fire every time I get an update, right? So only for updates, obviously. So let's see. We need to do a broadcast. Now that is something interesting that we need to do on this side. Maybe we have it in here. Broadcast. Oh, server broadcast. That's perfect. Exactly what we need. So what do? A client broadcasting to all connected WebSocket clients, including itself, excluding itself. Yeah, we can do excluding itself. But wait, a client? We don't care about the client. We want a server broadcast. That's weird. Yeah, it's here, I guess. So it can only respond to when a message is sent. But I don't really care about sending it the other way. I don't know. This is a little strange. We definitely want to do the server broadcast, right? Like, yes. Okay. So we need this WWS. Okay, and that's a global. So we just need to do this. And we don't need to do it on message. We can do it when we get the XHR. Okay, that's fine. So but we're mostly going to be sending, like, I don't currently see a reason for the API for the WebSocket to be used bidirectionally. We can just use it one direction for now. Because then we can still support people who only want to use the XHR in case it doesn't, in case the WebSocket fails. There's always a backup where people, when they load the app, they initially load only the static data. I think it's better. So yes, we need to do W clients for each. That's it. I am a bit worried though that the consts are against each other, so to speak. Like this WWS doesn't exist yet here. So this function, we need to let it be hoisted. That's the name for this kind of stuff. So we go here, we put it below everything so that everything is properly defined already. There, we put it here. Now we can access that WWS and we can do clients for each. That's great. And we only need to do that when the people is there and there is a body right here. There you go. So now for each, we have a client. And then we have to check if the client state is WebSocket open. Wait, can't we just do open from here then? Open? Yes, open. Good. So we include open and we say if client ready state is not open, then we just return. We don't do anything. See, again, these guys like to write with if, and I like to write with return. Right? It's just another way to think, and I think the mine is a little better. So let's say client send, and now we want a JSON stringify on this data, database body ID. I guess if it's deleted, we want to do this before it's deleted, because we want to tell everyone that it's deleted and before we actually delete it. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, that's it. Now, the one thing that we could optimize a little bit is just say that this is our message. And we could define that here. Const message is this. And now this becomes so small that I actually also want to do it their way. Because then it's just a one-liner, which is kind of clean. Yeah, this is great. Great. So we've added the WebSocket. We've gone over all the clients in the server and sent them the update, which is a JSON stringified version of our update. Yeah. Yeah. That's great. So now the question is, does it actually work? Let's connect local storage, or local host, I mean. Oh, what is this? TR cannot appear as a child of table, as a T-bot, T-head, or T-foot on your code must match. Oh man, that is so frustrating. It's just, it's not really a real error. It's just that they want an extra layer around everything. T-head around this one, and then T-body around the rest. And I'll just do it because else it will keep complaining the whole time. I think it should change nothing. Yeah, now it's fine. If I refresh, it just still does the hello one. But what if I now change this? I don't see anything. Let's try to search for the network and go to the WebSocket. Did we actually get a connection? No, we just do the hello thing again. Is it because I just changed the server? Yeah, I changed the server. I need to, of course, refresh the server. Yeah, this is great. So now I should be also receiving things that I changed myself. Yeah, see? Received, and then I get the update. That's great. That's what we wanted. So it's a real-time update we get from the server. And I guess now, theoretically, we don't need to listen anymore for... Well, I'll keep it as a backup, I guess. Yeah, I'll keep it as a backup. So now I still share the whole database of users whenever a user set. Would you write test for something like this? Yeah, I mean, of course you should, but would I? Probably not. Like, definitely not in this stage. It depends really on what kind of phase we are at with the company that you're trying to build, right? If you're at a company level where the market is already kind of proven and you know that this is what you're going to want in the future, right? You have more stability underneath you, right? You have some income, you have some funding. Yeah, then of course it becomes more important to test stuff. It's also that very often the reason you want to write a test is because then later if you want to come in and make a change, you know if everything still works after you made a change, right? So that's definitely the case with software, right? With software, it's continuously changing, right? You never have software that just runs and nobody ever changes it. That doesn't happen, right? At least not in a software engineering company. Then you're not really good software engineers, I would say. Okay, but we can kill this. We don't need to send anything to the server when we open. We only need to listen. And when we receive it, we know that this is a person. So we can immediately const person equals this. And then dispatch actions set person to the person. That's it. Now, thinking about this, I might want to quickly change the way that it works here, where people simply returns the database, like this. And then if the URL index of person is null, is 0, then we want to do everything we were doing before. Except also we don't want to return anything because I think that it's not needed, right? We can just return Oh, we can't return null. We have to just say okay, right? So like okay or success true. Right, we just return success true, like some nonsense like that, because the WebSocket is doing the communication for us. So we don't need to return anything here. Or actually, that makes no sense. Like we can just as well. Oh no, because if you delete, oh that's true. If you delete, you might want to be careful. Because you don't have that anymore. Yeah, let's just do success true. I like that because we're doing something special here. We're saying basically let's use the WebSocket exclusively. We don't care anymore about the rest. I like that. And then also people can become very easy. People is really people, person is person. This becomes kind of more like set person or update. But for now, this is okay. So now we do this. Also, is there still a weird console log here somewhere? Received. Oh, we're still showing what we received. Well, I don't need it anymore. Yeah, we don't need this at all. There you go. Deleted it. Clear that. Run it again. And there we go. So now we have the message here which updates. We just need to make sure that we make the right request, because set person should now go to person, and then get people, const get people should be the new use callback for a simple request. And this one doesn't have an abort controller because it's just a single load. It goes to people. It's a get request, no signal, no body. That's fine. In fact, we can clean this up by just writing return. It's the same. The people is good now. That's also great. This is good. Get people works. So, and now we have set person and get people. But set person no longer does anything. It doesn't dispatch anymore. That's the big difference, because now we're not receiving it anymore. We're just sending it away. We're not receiving it. We're receiving it from the WebSocket. And the WebSocket is done here. And that one dispatches it now. But now, of course, we need to add dispatch here. That's it. I think everything should be happy. Cannot read property ID of null on index 8. Index 8? Oh, 87. Oh, that's on the other line. 87. Oh, did I forget once again to say if we don't have a body? But that's weird, because if you go to person, shouldn't you always have a body? So, and body. We can just add it there. You should always have a body. But I think it was a mistake of just the front end not updating, because we're still doing set person in the other place, in the CRUD over here. Because now we have set person and get people, and the default that we want to execute is get people, not set person. That's the difference. That's it. All right, let's see where we are. Clean this up, refresh. Okay, that works. I don't know. If I now open it twice, because this is why we did it, right? Because we wanted a server in the middle. Oh, there. We have a server in the middle, and if I now type here, yep, there it is. Oh, but look at that. I don't like that you get this lag effect, because it's sending to itself, and I don't like that. That's not cool. We need to fix that. In fact, wasn't there some logic that says excluding yourself? Yeah, see here, it does a little check. But the WS, I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that information. So let's verify that. Let's go to the server. Here we check for the client, but I don't know what client I am. I'm just an entire function. I don't know what client I am. That depends on then who sent the message. But I didn't receive the message from a WS. Ooh, that's frustrating. I guess, how would you solve that? Oh man, that's not cool. We actually don't know which client is which client. We could use cookies or something. I mean, we have two things. We have the request from the but I don't have it in this function. Now we will have to solve this client side, I think. It's very simple. If you're focused on that specific input, then we don't want to update the input. It's not that easy though. You would have to store somewhere what the current focus is. So you need an on focus and an on blur for both the name. Oh wow. But I like it. I think I'll do it. It's a little complicated, but I think I'll do it. So we need something completely different. We need to say, I want to know which property I'm focusing on. Okay, wait a minute. We can do it like this. We can say in the store, in the state, sorry, let's go to types. We want to say that a person could have a focus field, and that can be either it's possibly undefined, and then we say it's just a string. But in reality, it's going to be either the name description or name, because those are one of the things you can focus in a person. And now if I whenever I'm focusing on a person, let's see, on focus, I will dispatch a set person event where I will say the focus is, in this case, the name, and then on blur, I will say the focus is empty. On blur. Wow. It's a little complicated, but we like complications. Focus is now description. And then it's empty again. Great. So this should work, assuming that a blur would fire before a focus, but that's a good assumption, I think. So now when I'm merging, when I'm dispatching, where would I be dispatching? That would be using an use API here, over here. What am I dispatching exactly? Set person, right? Set person. Yeah, set person. So I guess now in the store, when I'm doing a set person, I can double check that if my action, if my state people action pay, so this is the previous version, const prev is this guy, so this is the current version. If prev.focus equals name and my payload contains it too, I can even say, I guess I could even say, no, but let's type it out for a good good description. Action payload name. If both of those exist, but isn't the action payload always going to contain everything? let's just do it like this. If we have this, then we will delete it from the action payload. Yeah. There. If pref focus is name, delete that name, and if it's description, delete description. So now we say that you're never allowed to update values that I'm focused on. It's a little bit excessive. Oh shit, now it's now it's completely not working because set person is also used for whether. Okay, well, close enough. What we can do, this is hilarious. But what we can do is we can do set a person or update a person, right? Those are kind of the two differences. And also for update a person, that's going to be the real one we use internally, and set person is the one that comes from the API. I could maybe better describe that a lot better, but look, we don't need to even do this. We can just, when it's from the API, we just copy the entire field. So it's just the entire action payload, right? Like this. What's this? Oh, it cries about that. It's not happy. Okay. Well, no worries. Then, we could give it as some kind of extra argument. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I think we should just continue with this. Now we have to remove it from here. No, I'm gonna rename it to set person force. Because that's or set person API and set person. Oh god, this naming is not good. This naming is not excellent. I have made better naming in my life than this. But I'll do it anyway. So force is good, meaning that when I am doing an on change, I also want to force it. There. So now it forces it locally, but it doesn't force it when it's the, yeah, so this is fine, that works. This works too, even if I type fast. Yeah, and then at the same time now my other API, my other guy here gets the updates in real time. Yeah. Cool, right? Nice. Oh, that is painful. We killed it. Type error. Read properties of undefined. Reading focus. Store 21. I think we're making a little assumption over here. That's not okay. We don't have pref. Pref doesn't exist, of course. There we go. Yeah, now it's fine. And then the other one. Yeah, well, it's cool. It works. Uh-oh. Didn't work anymore. I think the server crashed, perhaps. Yep, it did. Cannot read property ID of null. Index 87. Oh, I think I put some bugs in here, guys. ID of null. But I did wrote that body was required. Cannot read property ID of null. But I'm not asking to read a property. Am I reading this correctly? 87. Oh, because maybe because I'm doing an await. Let's say if we don't have a body, return just go away. Clear that. Clear that. Run it again. Let's see if this works. I don't want to see any errors. Everything should be clean. Oh shit. Oh no, it's really strange. It's barely recording the changes I make. Why? Is body not properly defined? Console log the body, please. I have no idea what's happening here. If no body, return. It's weird because before it was working better. What did I change? User aborted their request. Oh. That's interesting. So, because of the, I do abort request, but not that fast, right? Network. Fetch. Wait, all of them get cancelled right away. Why is that? No, this is fine. And this is okay. Yeah, they're allowed to abort a request. But why then? It's not updating. Even though this is fine. Body exists the entire time. With an ID as well. And then we send it to everyone. Yeah, that's not crazy. That seems completely okay. Why is this one not receiving it? It's like receiving the first. Let's refresh and debug. This is when programming becomes a bit of a debugging situation. Am I? Oh, see, I am receiving it. So why would it not update? Oh, wait a minute. If pref focus is name, console log pref focus. Normally it's set person. I think in the use API we use set person. It's kind of confusing that we now have set person as a callback here and as an action here. Oh, that's not nice. We need to those are two separate things. So I guess I'll just use the word set over here and an update over here. To at least have some difference. Update person. Set person is. All right. Cheers, man. Have a good one, Wonder Warrior. Thanks for being here. Update person. Instead of set person, but it's only for the API call. So there. And this happens here. Yeah, that's right. Oh, does it update the entire person perhaps? Description, description, description. I know it's description, that's fine. And now we need to look into some Redux states. This is ridiculous. Oh, okay. Somehow. Ah, I see already what's happening. We're doing the entire person update. Let's stop doing that because then we're also sending the focus along. Ah, okay, that's the whole issue. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good. So we need to do the person ID. We only want to update whatever we need to update. We don't need to update everything. And then we do a partial update on both sides. Yeah. Okay. And here we didn't give an ID at all. Oh yeah, right. We don't have an ID there. That makes sense. ID, person, status. Every update person needs to be updated. Instead of everything, we don't do that. We just send this. You can also kind of avoid the focus on the other side. It doesn't matter. I think it's cleaner if we don't do dot dot person. We just update whatever we want to update, not everything. Person ID, no ID, and here we also need to replace it. Person ID. This is much cleaner. Now we only update what we have to update. Yeah, that's great. And we have to restart the server because it has a clouded database now, or fake database. However, we also want to make sure that when we're updating the person, we can't do this. We have to do that the previous version is still there. So we have to do the spread operator and then update the body. Yeah, this is it. Yep, that's the one. This is a proper update. Restart that. So that's why it was only updating the first time, because afterwards the focus would have been set and then it doesn't want to refresh anymore. But if I now refresh both of them, great. Yeah, it does complain a lot about DOM exceptions, and it's not a real error. API request failed. It's not true. So I think it's a bit annoying, but I think I just want to turn it off. Like, because right now aborting it is it's standard now. Like, it's not a problem. Let's just catch the error and not log it. I don't care about it. We have to get towards the final cleaning now. Oh, what's this? Oh, we can't send a person anymore to that. We don't do that. Nice. Okay. Cleaned up. Yeah, that's the one. And then on the index side, I also don't want to console log the body every time. It can just behave silently. Errors we do want to log, of course. That's it. Clean. Clear that. All right, final test. Yeah, now it's just a matter of uploading it. Well, I guess that's part of the next one. Oh, the store still logs some stuff. Please, please, please. Don't console log focus anymore. Console log. Yeah. Yeah, I said person force. I guess it makes sense. I just do it like that, clean it up a little. Yeah, that's fine. I like what I'm seeing. I think this is good. I think it works. Now it shouldn't have that anymore. So when I clean this and this, yeah, great. Everything works. Everything's debugged. Hopefully, probably, maybe. What does this look like? We have added WS, and that's only for the server. We haven't imported it for the client. That's fine. We did the whole rewrite of that part, added WebSockets, added types for the focus, did a whole bunch of changes there, and also made the API a crazy use API. Yeah. Feed, add WebSockets. Sync those changes. Nice one. Whew. How long are we going for? We are on 4.5 hours. That is crazy. All right. Well, we've got a new branch with some really crazy features that people enjoyed. Hopefully, I don't think I have any viewers left. I think everybody left. So it's time to go. For those that are looking later, back at the recording, thanks for viewing. And yeah, I'll be doing more of these streams. Maybe cut them a bit and try to make sure people get valuable information out of it. Don't know yet how I'll do that, but I hope to do. So it's Friday now. I did a session now. I don't know when I'll do the next session. I have no idea yet. I still have to kind of figure out my schedule. But if I have one, I'll put it on the Twitch stream. And now it's time to also put this on YouTube and see if there can be more people there. And please give it a like and a subscribe. I'm trying to make it to the 1 million subscribers. I don't think there are even 1 million web developers that would want to see this. But, you know, we'll try to get there anyway. Thanks, guys. Have a good evening. And yeah, speak to you next time we stream. Hopefully tomorrow.